Hello! Hello, everyone! Hello. I can't express enough how much this genre of music is just so. I would say it's definitely late 90s, early 2000s groovy. Like, when you think groovy, you would normally think, 80s, right? But there's something about this that is like on the crux of it's very Y2K, it's like plasma TV and all that. I vibe with it is what I'm trying to say. But hello, hi, hello, it's me. I just got to thank you for waiting so long to start the stream. I was just honestly I was getting some resources together because it's something that I've been thinking of doing for a bit, and it's like a perfectly mindless thing to do, which I think will be good for stream. Well, firstly, hello, everyone. It's also a little chilly, so I had to get my jean jacket. But, so here's the thing, gamers. Also, Safi says I need some more time to work on a commission. Well, firstly, we love it when we have hired work. So good for you, Safi. Do what you gotta do. Secondly, I'm in the process of commissioning someone for some more Chromosynth art, so that's something to look forward to. I think I'm treating myself by having a commission maybe like once a month, and just giving someone some money and having them draw my characters, so I could just like slot it in to my website. But yeah, speaking of which, so as you all know, my characters on my website, they have their own official art. Ah, my glasses! It's slippery. My characters each have their mini sprites, which functionally exist as character design references in a very minimalist way. However, I love getting comps with my characters. Yeah, Shuri, it's a wonderful experience. And also, you're supporting an artist while you're doing it. So it's truly a win-win situation. I've reached the point, however, where making those mini sprites is functionally ideal when it comes to designing the characters. But when it comes to actually, okay, the design is finalized, but now I want to have a representation of that character in their, in my usual style, which is not a chibi style. And so what I did before, and that was when Chromosynth was a game, is I would have, it was a visual novel-esque game, so they would literally be talk sprites, and then the chibis would be kind of the overworld sprites. Obviously, the talk sprites have no in-game function anymore, but I still have old files and old concept art for talk sprites. So what I was thinking of doing is that not only for characters, you know how if you go on a page you can find the characters, the chibi version in their little profile. I was wondering if there could be kind of like how, okay, again, for a lot of Chromosynth website stuff, you have to understand that I am coming at this with the background of someone who molded a lot of the website elements of it, particularly the character bio pages, with inspiration from character bio pages from like fan wikis. So that's the whole reason why it's formatted the way it is, that there's this big column on the right that has all these little things, why there's a little quote above, why there's little sections. There's something that particularly like scratches the itch for me when it comes to a page that is organized like that, which is why I wanted to organize my pages like that. And I know that there are some, when I go to like fan wikis, like I'm just gonna click on a random one, like the Ace Attorney wiki, for example, and I'm gonna click on a non-spoilery character. Okay. There's a Suzato Mikotoba. Yes. So, Suzato has her kind of like splash art, and then like it's her different outfits. But on different wikis, usually you'll get like a smaller version and a bigger version, and detailed different versions. And I don't know if what I'm saying is comprehensible, but what I'm trying to say is, hello, Susato. Yes, Susato is beautiful. That's my daughter. She's. Sometimes I think the Greatest 30 really knew what they were doing when they pre-packaged the character designs with little animal versions, because I see Susato and I think, oh, like she's, you know, she's adorable and I love her a lot. And then I think I see the little like hoop pigtail she has and I think of her bunny form and I'm like, that's really the cherry on top, man. Like, there's something about attributing an animal motif to a character design that there's something about animals in particular that just like, oh, it makes you just go, oh, yeah, Usato, yeah. Susato, I miss you. So anyway, my point is that I have open a bunch of old Talk Sprite-esque art. So this one's a little bit older, but it kind of captures the vibe. With this one being for Mililani, this one being for Gabrielle, and this one being for Adam. And actually, these are recent enough that if I were to remake them, they wouldn't be too different. The downside is that these files that I am showing to you are old enough that I do not have the original Psy file for them, or at the very least I don't have. If I do have the file, it is not something hold on. So this is Paint Tool Psy 2, and so these are like Paint Tool Psy 1 files. So you know what I could do if I open them in Photoshop, would that work? This is the question here. But like the Talk Sprites, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if there's a chance, because I know for sure that I didn't delete a file. No parser or file or Mac. What the hell? Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that just opens that. So in Photoshop, file, open with, choose another app, Adobe Photoshop. Just once. It's not the right kind of document. Damn. Okay, hold on. Yep. Yeah, the files are not filing, unfortunately. That's okay. You know what? Yes, it's going to be a pain in the ass to color and reshade this, but sometimes you just gotta start from scratch. That's why I hoard all my .csp files. Yeah, I understand. And I still have... Do I actually? No, actually that's on my laptop, which sucks butt. So there's a good chance I won't be able to get it, actually. This is another Talk Sprite. I think this is the original Talk Sprite I had for Ujin, but I don't really love how it looks. Because, I mean, yes, you get a better, like, gesture of the body, but I feel like this is a little more, like, fun and dynamic. So, I think the idea was that since Gabrielle's facing this way, Millie's facing this way, Adam is facing straight ahead, and so is Ujin. I think that was the idea, but I think straight ahead Ujin I think doesn't really capture the sufficient round dynamicness that I like. So yes. So the point I'm trying to make is that I want to basically make these Talk Sprites again for designs that are already finished, so there's a kind of reference for what they look like that aren't the super simplified chibi version. Is it totally necessary? Not really. But at the same time, you gotta admit, it's kind of a waste to have something like this and to call it concept art because the design is a little outdated. You know, like, doesn't it kind of like feel that way? That it's kind of a waste? I feel like that sometimes. So what we can do is how big is this one? Is 240 by 280. Okay, so let's make this about 240, about 2400, not 240. So it's about this much. And then I remember, if you are curious as to why the height chart is there, it's because back when I made full body talk sprites, I was so particular about making sure the heights were accurate to the character. So, like, for example, Ujin is 5'2", so if you see there, like, oh yeah, that's where they should be, that's accurate. Now, because I'm going to do the, like, just cut off a little at the calves, I don't think it'll matter so much. I don't think so. So, let's make a new folder called Talk Sprites. Okay. OJ. And so, if you want to know a fun production fact, and when I mean production, I mean this is conceptual. The reason why I had a brief stint of having Ujin still wearing, you know, a double set of hair, but like having it down here with the braids, which I think is cute in its own way, is that there's a weird, like, point in Chromosynth that I don't talk about too much, where I was like, did I make her not, like, appealing enough? And again, this is very much rooted in traditional, like, gender expression, which is why I thought that, like, oh no, maybe, I don't know what I was exactly thinking. I think it was like a truly, like, regressive, just like, if Ujin isn't feminine enough, then maybe people won't like her, and that's partly what inspired me to add the little hairpin right here, which is why I did away with it, because I mean, not that it isn't cute, but the mentality behind it I don't think is the most productive, so that's what I did. But sometimes you kind of get like that, where you grow up with certain beauty standards and characters being idealized as, you know, this character is this gender, so them being like the best appealing version of themselves is them performing of this gender, like that, and then you try to fight it, obviously, because it's awfully limiting. But I don't know, I just fell back into old habits and I listened to the voices in my head, but fortunately the voices did not win. And Ujin still has her classic hair buns up here, because I need to draw Ujin. It's on my to-do list. Aw, that'd be wonderful, Shiori. Thank you. By the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm basically just gonna trace over what I have here, except maybe just fix the proportions a tiny bit. Because otherwise, it's kind of not bad. When I was doing the Tomodachi Life demo, the closest I got to this mouth was the sharp this, except you rotate it a little bit. Ujin, it's kind of hard to describe what this mouth shape is. It's like a pout, but it's kind of like it's not exactly a pout, because it's not like, it's not an expression of indignance per se. It's more so just kind of like when you're not thinking and you open your mouth a little bit and you're, you know, it's like a resting state. It's a beak? Yeah, it's a beak. Sorry. That's a word for it. I'm gonna go ahead and put the eyes in a different layer because I plan to incorporate blinking animation into this one as well. And let me also, since I have the mini sprites open, go. Alright, all of you disperse. I also do that with the old art I make, redraw it. Yeah. Sometimes it's nice to go back to your previous work and see how it's transformed with your current style and skill. when it comes to this, I don't think it'll be too different. I think there's just like little things that I would kind of touch up, but otherwise, there's not going to be a particularly stark like, whoa, what was I thinking when I was drawing this the first time? Sometimes I do that. Like when I look at art from a few years ago, I think like, wow, okay, I'm glad I moved past that skill wise. This one, I think this is fairly close to current day Sang. I'm also just gonna actually, you know what, while I'm here, I can totally like adjust parts of this. So let me make a nicer silhouette of you. Like this much. Yeah, that way the way the feet go. Like right here. I'm doing my line art tonight. Yeah! I've been watching a few speed paints, which is very nostalgic for me, personally, because I didn't, you know... Actually, does this go all the way around? I think the way I drew it here, it's like, it's just kind of on the side, but I think it should be a little more around. A little bit more. But anyway, I've been watching a few more speed paints of artists I admire, and you know, it's one thing to be like, okay, I hope to get to your level, and you know, I'm just gonna look at your process and see how you do it. But also, one thing that particularly struck me about this artist's speed paint I saw is that they were so confident with their lines. Because if you see me, I'm tracing over my art, and yet I'm still taking multiple undos to accomplish exactly what I want to execute. You know? That's just how it is. Like, that's why I have a little, like, my little tour box thing right here. Right here. It's a little tour box. I still have it from a collab a few years ago. But it still takes me like a couple of tries to like get where I want to be. And meanwhile, this artist is just like bam, 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 bam. Like even with finer details, they're just barely undoing. Like they don't have to. For art like mine, I have to speed it up to make sure that the people who see the finished product aren't waiting for it because of how long it takes. But this artist barely had to speed anything up because their process was so confident. And as much as I know there are people who do one of those things where, you know, they make it so the undo is like a big foam button that you press so it breaks the habit of relying on it. I don't think I'm that far yet. I think I'll have to be weaned off of that more gently, because I love my undo button, unfortunately. It's an awful habit, but it's kind of like when you're sketching traditionally and you're doing like the little like light lines, like multiple lines like that. It's you know, feels good, feels comfortable, but yeah, I was just looking at that, and it kind of struck me how one part of why I can get overthinky with my art is because, as you can see, I'm like, whoa, I'm zooming in and out a lot. So it's easy for me to focus a lot on the little details. But when it comes to artists I admire, usually the art they make is so much more than the sum of its parts that there's enough there that the details don't really matter. Like if you zoom in, maybe you'll find little like blemishes, but it truly doesn't matter. And I think I need to get into that mentality, or at the very least try to make things that are the sum of its parts as well. Because when you think about it, if you make an art piece that's big enough, having little messed up details doesn't matter because there's just so much to look at. Not to say that, you know, more is better necessarily, but just the mentality of I have to make sure the eyes don't look crossed or whatever because it doesn't look like right to me. Versus, okay, but like in the big picture, how important are the making the eyes like ideal, really? You know? This is one of those art mentalities I'm trying to get into. In additional. Hold on. Did I just say additional? Did you see what my brain was doing with the digital and traditional? Anyway, in digital I undo a lot. Traditional I'm like, it's good enough. That's interesting, isn't it? The idea that when it comes to traditional, because it's such a physical, real world activity, you have an understanding of your limitations. So there's a certain standard of like, okay, this is as much as I can do. Like this is as much as I have and what I'm capable of. But when it comes to digital, I've always believed this, and I've been saying this, but because you have so much at your disposal, it gives you a kind of extra pressure to be like, okay, you're capable of a lot more, so you know, why don't you do more? Which is an unfortunate trap to fall into, I think. You know, it's kind of like when you're coloring traditionally versus digitally. When you're coloring traditionally, like you only have so many colors you can use, so it's execution based off of limitation, which I find that I do very well with limitation more than not. But when it comes to here, like, you have the whole color wheel at your disposal. So I feel like a lot of like beginning artists and just artists in general definitely fall into that trap of like they don't know what to do with all the tools at their disposal, and it's a matter of training and experimentation to like narrow yourself into like a comfortable place. You know? It's really funny how this is like a good handful of years onward doing digital art, and I'm still facing the repercussions of that mentality of, because I am able to have those kinds of tools and like zoom in and undo, then the expectations are higher. I think that's not good. Let it be known that putting that kind of pressure on yourself, unless it is explicitly to challenge yourself and be like, yeah, you know, I can do this, this is gonna be cool, unless explicitly for that purpose and it's just something you stress over, then like calm down. It's not that bad. Digital. I guess in digital it's like it can be perfect, so I will make it perfect. Yeah, I guess that kind of is what it is. That's why it's so hard to adjust yourself from traditional to digital, because it's so limitless that traditional is wholly, like, by its definition limited, and so your skill kind of develops around what is possible and what you have. But with digital, you're just kind of thrown into deep water essentially. So yeah, it can be tough. On a slightly different note, I restarted my Tomodachi Life demo in order to have a little bit more, you know, a little bit more going on, and to not lock everyone into ad hell. But I've reached like a few days of doing that now, and I'm not gonna lie, the little interactions are fun, but playing and giving characters things and seeing little things, but not getting the intrinsic rewards of it, like the little money, the little happiness, almost makes me feel like I'm wasting my time, because if I wait until the full game to do this, then I will reap like the full rewards of doing these little activities rather than getting the little, the gesture of it. So I went ahead and committed to the lock that, when you unlock the clothing store, that's when the demo essentially locks and your characters are confined inside for all eternity, spouting nothing but little demo-ish tutorials, which I understand people being getting bummed out about, and I can also understand people saying, yo, it's a demo, that's what it's for. But I will say that, I've seen people say, the reason why Tomodachi Life really, like, limited itself there is that when the Miitopia demo came out, all people did was the little character customization, and from what I've heard, it, a lot of people didn't buy the game specifically because the demo had that little character customization. So that isn't really that's kind of counterproductive to what a demo is, It shouldn't be the free substitute for it. It should just be like a little, a little taste, a little appetizer that makes you want to come back. And so I understand the Tomodachi Life demo, like, doing that. And I understand people going like, are people, like, dumb? Don't they know that a demo should be, like, whatever? But on the other hand, you gotta admit that the Tomodachi Life demo hit the streets, like, crack in the 80s, and suddenly and abruptly basically taking that big appeal away because they basically lock themselves into a corner in the demo does suck. Like, it feels like getting that experience ripped away from you all of a sudden. And so I understand people's feelings, and I've liked the post where people are like, Nintendo, you have to release this early, like, I'm going to kill myself. And, like, it's the reason why I unlocked the clothing store and just bought a few clothes, but otherwise I'm just putting the Switch away for now. It'll be fully rewarding to engage with this stuff once I'm actually in the full game and I can get the good rewards. I honestly need to get back into traditional art. I have a good sketchbook that I want to use that's with a bunch of media. It might help me break out of digital art habits. Yes! I agree, Royal! I would say definitely having... You know how they say that to be a good writer, you have to read a lot of different kinds of things? Like, if you're a YA author, for example, just reading other YA won't necessarily help you. Like, it's about reading, like, nonfiction. It's about reading classics. It's about reading genres that you're not, like, super familiar with, just so you, like, are able to study and observe. It's kind of like that with art, Branching out, experimenting with a lot of different mixed media, I think it's good for you. Even if you're doing it just so you can say, that wasn't for me. At the very least, then it'll grant you some perspective. And perspective is good. Yeah, mixed media is fun. Although I cannot talk the talk because I famously am deeply limited as a person. And so when I did my like AP art studio project, most of my projects were the same three things. It was either like pencil sketching, it was either like ink pens, like color pencils and shit. And that was basically it. Like, trust me, I am not someone who can exhibit a lot of different mediums when it comes to art. Because goddamn is painting hard, and is watercolor hard, and clay and that stuff is hard. Like, when it comes to handling artistic mediums that are so like about the chemistry and the physical material you're working with interacting with each other, at that point, like, I'm out. like I can't do that. It is shmim possible for me because I was never good at science. Science was always my worst subject in high school. Like freshman year biology, sophomore year chemistry, junior year physics, senior year, oh, maybe it was AP physics or whatever. But yeah, science was always my worst class because I mean, I like the science that has mathy stuff. Like, that's in some parts of chemistry and physics, it gets a little mathy, and I like that because I know how to do math better than I know how to memorize what the fuck a chloroplast does. Sue me, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, not that science isn't interesting. Don't get me wrong. I love biology because it has to do with it's very tangible with like Earth and life, which I find really interesting. But it's just the parts I don't find very fun is just having a lot of terms and memorizing the terms. And I'm like, this isn't, man, it's not quite for me. It's definitely a little more like applicable, I would say, than something like super duper abstract. But saying chloroplasts are awesome. I mean, I know they are. Don't get me wrong. There's still a quarter of my brain solely dedicated to knowing how cell respiration works. I can't summon it at the moment, but I just know that, you know, it has to, it's basically the opposite of photosynthesis, cell respiration, because when plants photosynthesize, they're taking carbon dioxide and turning it into oxygen, but cell respiration turns oxygen into carbon, or like whatever the fuck. I'm probably not even saying it right. Again, this was a long time ago in high school, but see, that stuff stuck with me regardless. Definitely more than like parts of history class, brother. Like, I'm pretty good at social studies. I would say the passion was not necessarily there because it's the ultimate memorization of all time. Not that it isn't important, it's just, man, at least with science, there's an aspect of like, oh yeah, it's so cool, I'm learning something about the world. History, a lot of it feels like, man, these people suck shit. What were they thinking, bro? What the hell? It doesn't help that growing up with American history in general, you kind of like understand retroactively that the history classes aren't necessarily the best ones, you know? Because there's a countrywide agenda, and I don't mean the woke agenda, I mean just general, America's pretty cool, right guys? Yeah. Anyway. History is cool. I mean, listen, I shouldn't have slandered anything that's related to history in front of Sorry, I understand. I know that there's some big history buffs in here. I have no problem with history. I think it's just specifically parts of American history I just really couldn't care less about. I think particularly, like, if it has something to do with inventions and, like, cult, you know, psychology, that stuff I fuck with, you know? It's like, oh man, they figured out how to do this. That's cool. But when it comes to, like, people going, I made the law that makes it illegal for you to eat your kids. Like, man, like, that's cool and all, but all that makes me think of is how much life sucked shit back then. I don't know. I don't get much out of it, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway. Ooh, brain age music to feel IQ. Since we're talking about scholastic things. People are cool because they suck shit from a butt. I mean, you're not wrong. Did anyone play Brain Age when they were a little kid? I had Brain Age on the DS, and I'm not gonna lie, it definitely felt like I'd never been to Kumon, and I know Kumon is like harder, but it was kind of like my Kumon, in that like I felt like I was going through tests and I was putting myself through them for fun. It's like mental posturing when you really think about it. I had Brain Age on the DS? Yeah! That's what's up! What was... You know, games don't do this thing nowadays. It was kind of in the Nintendo 64 era and a little in the DS era. There aren't games where there's like a big floating head that's addressing you, the player. You don't have too much of those these days. Probably because they're very like disturbing in retrospect and like not as... I guess it's very Japanese when I think about it. Maybe that's the thing. But you don't see much floating heads these days. I love big guys and cool battles and tanks that go pew pew. Alright. I mean, again, no hate. There are parts of history that I vibe with and parts of history that you'll vibe with. Of course. Man, if you guys had any like sense of who I was in high school, I was the kid that when we had, you know, little sports games in gym class, I tried way too hard because a part of me was like, man, I know they're gonna freaking underestimate me because I'm a girl and I look like this. So I'm gonna try extra hard and get my classmates to respect me. So whenever we played like soccer and they needed someone to be a goalie, I would always be goalie because one, I did not have the stamina to run, so that's the best. Two, I always took it so seriously that I would rather get hit like ferociously by the ball and do good than actually have any sense of self-preservation. Like, I remember coming away from some soccer games in gym with, like, welts. It was bad. But at the same time, like, there was a weird sense of pride on the line. So, I don't know. I was a little bit of a tomboy back then. I don't know. I'm writing an alt history story, fan fiction right now. I suppose that is what it is. You know. Or would that be an AU, an alternate universe? I feel like fan fiction more so implies that it's based off of an existing piece of media rather than history. But, you know, you do you. AU is fan fiction. I mean, I suppose. I suppose. If you're a fan, then that works. I wish I could do... One thing I try to do with Ujin's design is kind of give it a Mickey Mouse treatment, where throughout all the angles, the hair buns are at least like a little visible. Clearly that doesn't work all the time, as you can see. But I try to do it as much as I can. At the very least, it works for Gigi, definitely. That mouse, like whatever angle you look at, it's gonna have the ears. Do you think there's a Brain Age fandom that's like, oh my god, they're gonna do it, they're gonna announce the new Brain Age on the next Switch Direct, they have to, oh my god. You know what? I joke, I jest, but there probably is, and I feel so bad for them. Because I belong to the Tomodachi Life and Rhythm Heaven fandom, like, firmly, and at the very least, we've seen some glimpses of hope. But it truly is, like, just dead air for Brain Age. No one wants to be literate anymore. Isn't Brain Age head guy in Smash? I'm pretty sure he has a name. He's like a real Japanese guy and like a developer. Either a developer or like a teacher who collaborated with the game because he's smart and all that. But yeah, he's a guy. He's probably in Smash. To sate all 10 Brain Age fans. Again, we do some light ribbing. I'm a Brain Age fan. Not like a die-hard fan by any means, but I'm there. I'm with y'all. I'm family. I'm Ohana. Satoru Iwata? He does look a lot like Iwata if I imagine him in my brain. I can't quite go out of my way to double check right now, but he could be just straight up Iwata. Oh man, thinking about Iwata makes me sad, bro. He was like 50 something when he passed, which is way too early. God. And not to be a nostalgia freak, but when I do think of that early like DS kind of Wii era of Nintendo, where it was Reggie and Miyamoto and Iwata, and they were all just kind of chilling and doing, I don't know. Again, this is obviously like nostalgia goggle speaking, but there is something very, comforting about that era of Nintendo, where it felt like a company that was just like, I don't know. Obviously, you can't idealize a company, especially one that's as big as Nintendo, because you get into some weird, problems. But, at least then, like, the veneer of this is, like, we're just a quirky little company, you could believe it. He was the cool CEO. Yeah, like Iwata, like there's that famous news story where, he, instead of docking his employees' pay, like he docked his own pay when the company wasn't doing well. Meanwhile, like, I'm not super tuned in with like Xbox and PlayStation shit, but I regularly hear stories about like gaming CEOs, particularly Western, like American CEOs, that are just straight up evil, like spawns of Satan. So, again, this isn't like a thing Japan scenario. I'm not saying this specifically because, like, things are way better in Japan. But at the very least, like, that one instance of Iwata doing that was really cool. And I feel like, I don't know, like, the origin of video games being, like, made by just the most autistic nerds imaginable makes me want to believe that the people behind them still have that kind of, I don't know, empathy and desire to be human despite their popularity and whatnot. Bobby Kotick gets massive pay raises while axing entire studios? Brother, oh my god. Yeah, that's definitely a name I've heard. It's definitely a name I've heard. Dude, Activision Blizzard, brother, talk about like cartoonishly evil. Like, I follow a couple of people who are like caught up in gaming news, which is why I know anything about the gaming industry outside from little posts I see on, Twitter. And a classic story about like the cartoonish evilness. This isn't like as evil per se, like this isn't the evil as like the straight up, employee harassment and whatever. But this is just a funny story of back when Overwatch was really big. It leaked that there was the diversity chart that they used. And what sucks is that the origin of the diversity chart it had good intentions at the beginning, because it fundamentally came from the desire that, like, hey, do you know, like, the most common protagonist or character you see for video games? Old, like, like, kind of buff white man, okay? So we want to make sure the characters we make are as far away from that as possible. Okay, that's a very admirable goal to have, You want to make sure that you're not contributing to, like, the same repetition and like doing a little more with that. Okay. How about we assign numbers to different categories such as race, ethnicity, age, gender, sexuality, etc. And depending on how many diversity points that character has, this character is sufficient for approval to be added to the Overwatch game. Which, you know, the problem that comes with that is it's not just that you're gonna see a character who is, in all sense of the word, you know, average white person, you know, conventionally attractive white person, and then they go, oh no, there's not enough diversity points, let's make them gay. Which, coming from that perspective, is interesting. There's also the metric of, hey, why is African American ranked below in diversity to like a robot? Like, why is a robot more diverse race-wise? Like, what is the mentality behind that? And to answer that question, the mentality behind that was that a non-human character is the ultimate aberration from humanity, which is why a lot of Overwatch designs had like prosthetics and amputees and whatnot, because those were like, oh wow, like physically, you know, the further you get from you know, like a conventional human design, like the more that's points. Give him points. Which is just, when you think of it from the mentality of like, I have to be the guy who tells the greedy CEO I have to give him the number that justifies this character's existence. It can't be just, hey, this character is like this because that's cool, and I think it's, you know, like how fighting games do it. They're just like, hey, we're gonna have a character from this region, and we're gonna do a little bit of research on this culture, and they're gonna look like this, and it's gonna be, like, cool. And it's just because it's, like, nice and diverse, and, like, humans are just have a wide range. It's to justify the diversity to a guy who can only think through numbers and be like, the chart says that this is the optimal addition to the cast. Yes, I understand now. Me, the CEO. So you really want to be a game developer, huh? I don't know if you're being serious, sorry. But it really is interesting just hearing stuff like that. Particularly when, I think there was one specific metric where, okay, Arabic was, like, I think below Robot, but it was, like, the highest, it was the most diverse points ethnicity, from what I can remember. And I think below that was actually, like, fucking, for some reason, I remember something like Korean and Japanese and, like, East Asian, that being above Black for some reason, or something or other like that. Like, the problem you have with the points thing is that if you add a white man who has a bunch of prosthetic limbs, is short, has, you know, kind of a chubbier body type, and is older, that is technically more diverse in Blizzard's diversity points than, like, a Lucio, who's just a young black man. So there, you're gonna get circumstances where you're gonna have they're gonna be like, oh man, we want to make a white character so bad. Oh, like, you know, we want to make a cute, like, Asian girl so bad, but in order for it to fulfill that quota, we're gonna have to, like, add some stuff to justify her inclusion. And it's sad stuff is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I just went on, like, a whole thing about the infamous Blizzard diversity chart, mostly because that was a hell of a day. Like, wow. Like, something like that leaking is truly just, you have a field day with it. Because what do you mean you have to invent a system to mathematically calculate the diversity, rather than actually just consulting people and saying, okay, this is cool, do it. Yeah, diversity doesn't work on a sliding scale. Yeah. I mean, listen. when it comes to character conceptualization, yes, there is kind of a, I would say, a binary between like height, age, literal like lightness and darkness of skin tone, hair texture, whatever. Like you could theoretically imagine that as like a 0 to 10 level, you know. But when it comes to stuff like ethnicity, like that just gets so weird because that's just so not binary. Like, you know, there's no like, you know, this is the most X and this is the most Y. So just factoring that in is just such a weird thing to do. And it's clearly just, again, no, not too much hate to the specific developers. I believe that the developers came out after this was leaked to say that, hey, we don't actually use this chart because we have eyes and stuff. This is just a chart they developed like in the background to, you know, to sell to executives like, oh yeah, we have this system that really works out, you know. I'm sure there are people who are working at Blizzard and working for Overwatch that are like, you know, cool, and they're doing what they love doing and get by without being sexually harassed. Probably. There are probably people like that. I don't know. Statistically, not many, but probably. But regardless. The games industry, everyone. Devs don't get a choice. Yeah. Yeah. I think as easy or as, you know, as simple as it can be to see a decision being made for something and being like, oh, the, you know, the director or the developers or, you know, whatever. But I can't imagine being someone on a team and that decision having been made because there was like pressure from executives or someone who clearly had profit over any kind of true artistic integrity, but being unable to say that because you're still under their thumb. So all you have to do is just watch people blame you specifically for something that you didn't even want to do. Like, ugh, that must suck, dude. That's kind of the same kind of mentality that drove me away from doing, I don't know, in-studio, like, game designy stuff. Because, believe me, there was a point where I was unemployed, and I was applying to, like, storyboarding jobs, and game development jobs, and concept artist jobs, and studios and whatnot. And I'm not gonna act like, just because it's in a studio, it's gonna be, like, abusive and bad. Obviously not. But there is a certain level of, you may think it's your dream job, but there's going to be a lot of, you know, there's a hierarchy of sorts that you're always going to be working under, and it's never you're going to be able to make exactly what you want. And that is just the reality of just life in general, you know, is that unless you're totally independent, you're always going to have to be limited by, you know, people's standards and power. So yeah. Which is why I understand why people go independent a lot of the times. And you have little, like, indie studios and whatnot. Makes sense. Especially since people are also getting fired. Makes sense. Just make your own thing. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've been seeing you know, every now and then I see like a little Twitter profile that's just, welcome to, you know, Starlight Studios. I just made one up. And it has like maybe like 400 followers, and it's made by like real artists and stuff, but it's also just like so small that I feel like the inevitable budget issues is going to, like, it's just not, I don't know. Like, again, kudos to anyone who does like that kind of independent stuff, because it is, I would say, a thankless and deeply challenging thing to, you know, get a team together and get your budget and get funded and all that. Because unless you just happen to have like a really affluent benefactor, or maybe you just happen to have the right connections, like that's gonna be hard, man. Oh hell yeah, I love this one. It really just captures the vibe of being in a lab with a mad scientist who really loves math. You know, we've all been there. I did my liner and highlights. I think I'm done. Yay! Good job, Shiori! Good job, Shiori. I actually think I'm gonna move this to, because it's too busy over here. Let's get moved out of the way. Alright. I need a break because my carpal tunnel has been acting up. Oh my god, throughout the whole drawing? Shiori, then definitely take a break. Holy. Don't do that to yourself. Dude, I think I had maybe one carpal tunnel scare in my life, and it was scary. Because you see, like, so many artists wearing those little braces and giving you horror stories, and you're like, man, that's never happened to me. It won't happen to me. But then, like, it was probably when I was working for U2s, because I was obviously drawing like a lot, and it was just, oh, it's scary. It just feels like you suddenly don't have control over your own hand, which is your tool. So it's like a singer losing their voice. It's really scary. So yeah, definitely take care of yourself. Do your stretches and whatnot. Some, like, minor details I like about my characters sometimes is that their pupils are shaped in particular ways. Like, Ujin will always have very sharp pupils to be. Very triangular. It's kinda to match the way their eyebrows are very triangular. When you think about it, Ujin is very circular, but there's also little triangles in there too. You know, when it comes to characters, at their most cartooniest, they can, you know, be mostly defined by that one shape. But it's good to have a bunch of shapes in there. Divvy it up a little bit. You ever heard of Charlie Force? Brother, I swam in middle high school. I would have Charlie horses all the time. Dude, I've had Charlie horses during practice, and that would suck because I'm already taking breaks during practice because I'm like I say this like slightly, you know, pejoratively. Like I was fat as hell. Actually, I was probably in the best shape of my life when I was swimming in high school because, like, you know, it is an exercise thing. But I was still, like, bigger, I would say, than my peers, and I didn't practice as much. So, like, I would be taking, like, breaks so I can breathe. And then I'll also take breaks because my fucking feet would act up. And I would get cramps and stuff. And it is a little embarrassing because when you're doing high school swimming, there's more of a range of skill there. Like, I would say I wasn't the worst, but I was definitely not the best. But then doing club swimming is also, like, the biggest humiliation ritual is because you'll see kids who are basically half your age, but they're in the higher lanes because they're way faster than you. And so you're relegated to the lanes with, like, middle schoolers while you're in high school, and you're still swimming behind them because you're like, yeah, no, you guys go ahead. Yeah, like, trust me, there are a lot of reasons why I'm glad I don't competitively, like, school swim these days, because, like, it's good exercise, but it's also just, holy, there's something kind of demoralizing about being, like, so much older than people that you're swimming with in your same, like, skill group. And the only real, like, solution to that is just, like, dealing with it until you graduate. I think I might be predisposed to it because my dad also deals with it. My thumb and inner wrist have been going numb. Oh my god. Wait, you're like, your thumb and like here? Yeah. I think like something that my family like taught me is like when you like squeeze like this part, like depending on how sensitive it is, like that means you have indigestion or something. Like, I don't know. I grew up with very traditionally spiritual Korean parents who would practice bloodletting, which sounds kind of horrifying, but it was honestly the most low-key shit growing up, is that you'll be like, man, I have acid reflux and indigestion because I ate too much or too fast, and they'll be like, hold on, and they would like massage this little part, and they'd be like, does it hurt? And I'd be like, yes, because you're like squeezing it like a fucking pinprick, and they're like, that's it, we gotta take some blood out of you. And so they put a rubber band around the thumb, and they put a little prick, and they would just, not like, it wasn't like they were boom, boom, they were like, you know, squeezing blood out of me like a fucking fighting character. But it was just like, just enough that they would just, you know, prick it, and then they would wipe it up and be like, now take a break, okay? We got the bad blood out, so now your body just has to like recover. And growing up I was like, man, I hate getting my blood extracted like that, because it's always like, obviously it's not as bad as a shot because nothing's being like injected in, but it's still like a inconvenience, and I don't love pain. And so growing up, at a certain point, I had access to the internet and realized that certain practices are a little more medieval than others. I mean, I heard that, like, you know, you can still use leeches in certain situations, and, you know, but I mostly understood that bloodletting is more of a pseudoscience than anything. And it's, you know, because the idea of bad blood, I think there's something to it, but it's not like a foolproof thing. It's very much is more so like, you know, tradition than anything. There's something about because I argued it with my dad when I was like a teenager, saying, hey, do you know that this practice that we use as a family based on tradition is actually really scientifically inaccurate? Which of course went over well with my dad, and he argued, and he's a scientist, so he has that up on me. And so he was saying that, you know, like there's something about the release of the blood cells, or like the oxygen in the blood or something gets dealt with when you have that little prick, and I still don't fully understand to this day. Suffice to say, when I have children, I will not be pricking their little fingers when they have indigestion. I think that goes without saying, but yeah. Just little things, just little cultural things. I didn't do sharp things as a kid. I mean, that's a good way to live, I think. You did good doing that. You know those little excerpts in Diary of a Wimpy Kid where they're like, I used to be afraid of Shel Silverstein, and then like my dad found out, and so in order to make me stay in bed at night, he'd say, if you go out into the hallway, Shel Silverstein will be waiting for you. And on the one hand, I'm like, it's kind of like a ritual and a generational right for your parents to kind of fuck with you a little bit in order for you to be good. But on the other hand, I'm like, would I really do that? Like, isn't it kind of cruel to take advantage of little kids' fears and plant in their heads some kind of danger that, you know, a la traditional fairy tales scaring away kids from wandering too deep into the woods, you know? Because when you think about it, the general nature of scaring kids straight into acting properly is kind of like rooted in old-fashioned, I would say, not conservatism, but like a very much like an old-fashioned way of upbringing that isn't too far off from just like straight up punishment, because it's a way of controlling children with fear. Again, I'm not trying to moralize it by saying this is just as bad as if you hate your kids, but there is a certain level of like, okay, like how ethical is it to like manipulate them like that? I don't know, it makes me, I'm not a parent, so, oh, this is a cute song. Don't beat your kids. I wanted to make a transition because I know I started singing out of nowhere, but I just realized in this reference art, I made it so it's only 2 stripes, but traditionally it's like a stripe in the middle. Storyteller moment. Hello. It is a storyteller moment when you think about it, because so much, when you think about it, a lot of trauma can come from kids stumbling upon scary things or being directly exposed to scary things. What I'm trying to say is that, it's very easy to fuck up a kid's mental by scaring them or perhaps exposing them to something that they do not have the capacity to handle at the moment. Sometimes you want your kid to go to you want to go to sleep and your kid to go to bed. I mean, yeah, like if it's something that you know your kid's not going to remember and it's just like in the moment it's to distract them, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like promising a kid like don't worry, you know, once we do this, like then we'll get dessert. But you know that once enough time passes your kid will just forget, so it's enough to sate them in the moment. I guess it's kind of like that. But at the same time, you don't know what your kid is going to retain. So, there's that risk, I guess. Little Jimmy, I know that you want to stay up really bad, and it is past your bedtime, but I do have to let you know that at around 9 p.m., the Hat Man will be patrolling these halls to make sure that no bad kids get into our house. And if the Hat Man just happens to see you, I can't guarantee that he will be able to distinguish you from the bad kid. But if you put on your Freddy Fazbear helmet and navigate through the halls strategically with your flashlight, maybe then you can. So I just made another Five Nights at Freddy's game. Sorry, my brain was going a couple places there. What I'm trying to say is that when I'm a parent, and I say when because I'm fairly certain I'm the kind of person who would want kids. However, I am not certain about when that's gonna happen, so I almost feel like it's kind of presumptive for me to say stuff like that, like when I get married and whatever. Saying, what the fuck are you talking about? Man, you just don't get it. Anyway, let's share what fucked us all up as kids. You can. Let's keep it sort of light though. Let's don't get into like something that's way, way bad, but like something that is a nice polite anecdote that you would share in like a group of friends, you know? Is this like smooth piano Dr. Mario? I don't know if I was obedient enough that my parents didn't have to tell me anything like that. Everything that fucked me up were random ass moments in movies and shows. I think there was a moment in some like James Bond-esque like secret agent adventure action movie where it starts off. Maybe it's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie or something, but it was like some kind of like adult action. Not like super duper adult, but like probably PG-13. But I remember like there was a moment where like a scarab beetle enters someone's skin and all like the guy is panicking because there's a bug under his skin. And so you can see the beetle like going like that, and I was way too young to see some shit like that because that really stuck with me. That's one of those things where, you know, that's classic just horror shit where, yeah, the concept of it has not entered your mind since then, so you have been forever changed. I also remember there was this very classic, I think it's Bong Joon-ho movie. It's called Kemul. In the correct, the like one-to-one translation is monster, but I think Kemul has some sauce to it. It's basically a movie that is so much about environmentalism. It's a monster movie, as you would expect, and basically the American government with its soldiers deployed in Korea took some nuclear ass toxic waste, put them in like the Han River or some shit, and because of that, the like a weird tadpole horrific monster creature was born, and eventually like rose out of the water and started killing people. And in retrospect, the effects are so like hilariously bad that if you were watching it for the first time, you'd be like, I'm like, if I need to try to immerse myself, you know? I would say the effects are like horrific, but it's definitely like, it's the mid 2000s. There's only so much realistic monster they can make in an human environment. But as a kid who watched that at like a, you know, I was over at my parents' like friend's house and we were all just watching it, and that fucks you up because you see people like die on screen. Like, I knew it wasn't real at that point, but you still like see people getting like just like, there's one specific scene that's like so horrifying to me in that everyone's running away from this big monster. This is like on a sunny day, like a summer day where everyone's like picnicking outside, and then the monster comes out of the water and just starts chasing after people, and it's so much bigger and faster than people, and it's just eating them. And there's a moment where like someone, like the main character, tries to get into this trailer house that people are like hiding in, and so he doesn't fit in, so he just leaves. And then just as he runs away, the monster barrels straight into the trailer. The door shuts behind them, and you just see the trailer go, whoa! And you see people who initially barred themselves in, like screaming and begging for the doors to open back up. And I'm sorry if this is like really like visceral, but it's one of those movies that, again, it's not like the most gory or the most like psychologically horrific thing, but when you haven't been exposed to like a kind of a intense, it's not even horror per se, it's like it's a thriller more like, but when you're like maybe 11, that stuff kind of sticks with you. I remember having genuine nightmares after that, and I didn't really have nightmares as a kid. It took a while for me to like go to sleep and be like, I'm not gonna think about that. And I watch it again now and be like, that was really cool, and also well done in certain ways and dated in others. What in the goddamn are we talking about? We're talking about like different I would say different moments in our upbringing when we were either inexplicably exposed to or just happened to witness something in media that kind of like scarred you a little bit. I'm talking about like a Korean like monster thriller movie that definitely stuck with me. I think Safi is talking about, there's an episode with a bridal ghost with teeth and I was terrified. Oh my gosh. Damn. Oh my god, you watched Princess Mononoke when you were too young? Oh my god. Dude, there are parts in Princess Mononoke with like the little like purple black like worms and shit like infecting the boar at the beginning. That's some shit, you know? That's definitely one of those Ghibli movies that you should be like a solid teen watching that, because as you know, as cool and environmental and as beautiful and spectacular as it is, it's definitely a movie that's like, if it was, you know, live action, it would be like PG-13. So why the hell would you expose any children to that? You're looking up The Ghost? Ooh. Dude, who wants to bet that we look up the ghost character that Savi's talking about, and we're like, damn, what's her number though? I don't know. It could be that. I mean, I also watched Courage the Cowardly Dog when I was younger, and that show was ripe with moments that are just like, holy hell. Dude, they just... Sometimes you just realize that they just wanted to make some shit back in the day. Just truly... In some ways, it's kind of like, I mourn it because there's an artistic freedom that's taken away by sanitizing it. But on the other hand, like, what the fuck were y'all doing showing that to children? What the hell? Return the Slab. My parents were very animationist for kids when they rented it. Oh no. Oh, your parents going like, well, it's animated, so it has to be like child friendly. I am struggling to find the ghost. The image is gonna jump scare me. Oh no. Also, I did not know there was a spiritual successor to 16. I would assume that would be total drama, but clearly I'm wrong. Canadian animated series. Oh my god, wait. I have no idea this existed. It has the exact same art style as 16. Yeah, it has the... Man, they fucking loved... This is like classic 2000 shit where they're like, what's the best thing we can make and where does it take place? On an island, on a beach, on some coastal region, because that's the stuff to do, which they're kind of cooking, honestly. That's me with Monster House. I feel like I watched Monster House when I was little, retained like nothing. Maybe I watched a commercial of it. Like I came across a commercial of it. I don't know if I watched the full movie when I was a kid. You know? Like sometimes you get passing glimpses of media that, you know, are just impactful enough to stick with you, but you actually have nothing to show for when it comes to what it's about or what it consists of. She is not scary at all. Oh no, Sappy. Aww. If you're willing to post her on stream chat, I'd be interested. Not for our judgment, but just because it's so interesting to just see what, like, now you would see it and be like, oh, okay, a little edgy. But when you see it as a kid, you're like, what? What? How could they allow this? What? How did this get past the censors? I mean, there were definitely some creepypasta visuals that got me as a kid. Like, do y'all remember Squidward's suicide? Like, I did not read a lot of creepypastas, but there were some that the visuals were more famous. And, you know, very classic edits where the eyes are all bloodshot or whatever. I feel like they always did a good job of disturbing me. But that's mostly because I was a wuss. Oh, she's like the Samara from The Wing. Oh. Yeah, the teeth are kind of intense, aren't they? A little... Yeah, those are like weirdly detailed teeth for a character like that. She kind of slays, though, I'm not gonna lie. So I wasn't wrong in that she does slay a little bit. But, you know, in honor of what we're talking about, if I can show y'all the scene that scared me in the Korean Kaemul movie... Korean movie Monster. If I can no, okay. Oh, it's called The Host in American. So I'm gonna show this to y'all, and obviously it's gonna be in that small screen over there. If you want to check out the whole thing, it's called The Host, but it's a rated R movie, I believe, because it does have some like gore in it. So just for future, you know, acknowledgement. This is the monster attack from that movie. And so, okay, for context, the kind of intro to this movie is that you see the little government experiments and them dumping the toxic waste in the water, and then you see that like little creature just like grow bit by bit, and people saying like, hey, like because of the toxic waste that the government is dumping, you know, like something's going on with the water, and everyone was like what's going on over there? Like, what is that a like a fucking dolphin or something? What is that? So okay. So immediately before this, they see like a little whale tail flip up, and so these fucking assholes, they take like bits of food and like start throwing it in the water and be like, hey, like they're trying to get the creature to like react, which I think is so like disgustingly realistic as to how people would act if they saw like a weird creature in the water. They would just like fucking start throwing anything they would have just to interact with it. And so this is by a river, and so this isn't like a beach. There's like a stairway, like a slope that goes down there. So, this is the reveal for when something comes out of the water, is running. Maybe it being on the smaller screen is doing better for, like, you know, kind of how when you turn down the quality on something, it smooth things out a little more. But like, imagine you're a little fucking kid and you're seeing this happen. Like, I would say even though it's not the best, it's still pretty good CG for like a 2004 2006 movie. Do you see all these people in the environment? I love shit like this, by the way. When there's like a character who isn't reacting in the foreground. I think the reason why it strikes me so heavily is that when a monster is so big, the destruction and death toll feels so like, you know, it's too much to imagine. But when a monster is just big enough, oh, this is the scene. This is the scene I was talking about when they're going in the trailer, when they're going in the trailer, and she can't get in, and then she just dives out of the way, and the monster gets in there. Oh my fucking god, it's horrifying. And you see everyone just kind of like, people just manage to get out. You can just hear the screams. Yeah, I mean, trigger warning for blood, of course. This is a gory movie. I mean, this isn't like gory. It's not like gore porn, but like it's kind of horrifying. Yeah. So they're saying like, help! You have to help these people, get them out. And so him and this American guy, there's a token American in every Korean movie. That's a lie. So they help him get out, and so of course the monster gets let out, and you know. We love a fat guy. We love a fat guy joke. That's our protagonist, by the way. He's the same guy who plays the main dad in Parasite. He's very talented. And so we have our heroic American, who is by all means, okay, rest in peace, fat guy. The implied gore, yeah. There's our main guy. Look at him. And there's our heroic American. Yeah, we can do this. We can stop this monster. Let's attack him with all we got. Honestly, they did a great job throwing that thing, considering how heavy it would be. Oh my god. I think it's just what gets to you, the vibe is just like the screams in the background. It's just the idea of just lingering in an environment where everyone's just running and fearful, and this continuous threat, and you just feel so helpless. I think that's definitely. I love that overhead shot, by the way. Cinema, if I may say. Yeah, get out of there, dude. This is movie stuff, by the way. You should watch this movie if you're okay with like some like gore. It's more like it's really thought-provoking and it's really fun, in my opinion. I love Bong Joon-ho. He be making good stuff. She is the sister of the main character, and so they're watching and seeing all that. Oh man. What's happening? This is what they call dramatic irony. That's her dad! Classic Korean movie where the dad is like a fuck up, and he kind of has to redeem himself as a father in the movie. Classic. And then he falls. Yeah. He kind of did the ooh-ah and like tripping over something. Oh no, that's not your kid, dude! That's not your kid! Where'd your kid go? Weirdo. Yeah, hands off my kid, dude. Listen to those dissonant strings. Where's your kid? You fuck up dad? How'd you lose track of your kid? The threat is gone. Hooray! So yeah, that was Kemul, or the host. Thank you for indulging in it with me. I would highly recommend it. Again, this is it's a classic Korean like horror thriller movie, and even though it is like horrifying, it's not like particularly gruesome, I would say. That scene you just saw with the monster attack, I would say it's definitely the worst it gets. Otherwise, it's more so like social commentary, which I think is wonderful. But yes. I'm not playing the whole movie. I was just playing a YouTube clip of the scene. The big scene, you could say. Oh man, I need to watch like more like fucked up Korean movies. For the culture, first and foremost. And also I just need to sometimes you have to indulge in art made by people who are fucking pissed off at the state of the world. You know, it's healing. Helps you learn. I'm a Saw fan. I'm here for gore. Yeah, that's gonna be the difference between you and me, is that I can appreciate a little bit of like, you know, death game torture stuff, but Saw is definitely more so torture porn, and I'm not quite about that. I'm a little squeamish. So I kind of like the building tension, like you saw right there in that Korean movie we just saw, more than like what can we put people through and how much can you bear. Oh, to answer your question, Safi, the reason why I am doing these talk sprites again is because, firstly, I had a moment where I was looking at the style of the mini sprites on the website for the character pages, and as useful as they are at minimizing and conveying the designs through as little as possible, a part of me was also like, having that be the only real representation of the designs for the most part, I felt that it was a little bit reductive, even though for some characters there is like already canon art and whatnot. But I also just wanted to revisit the talk sprites because I think they're a good way to be the realistic equivalent of the mini sprites, especially since the designs are done, and also because some of the talk sprites I already worked on, like, you know, for example, like Adams and Gabrielle's and whatnot, they're technically in the concept art category because their designs are just outdated enough. And so it's very much possible for me to just redraw them and then put them in the official art category to be used as official references. That's my mentality anyway. I like thrillers and dread more than gore and violence. Yeah. I mean, I think what you saw just there with the scene with the little trailer, in that you heard the people screaming and you saw the blood dripping down from it. I think that's, for me, that's much more effective than literally seeing like what happens in there. I love stuff that really takes advantage of a tone and your, you know, what you take away from it, rather than straight up being like you know, like a Terrifier, you know. Those movies, I'm not gonna act like, you know, they aren't impressive in their own right, because a lot of them do practical effects, and I respect that. But you gotta admit, it's very much like, what can you just endure as a viewer, and I just don't personally engage much with that. The chibis are so detailed for chibis. Are they really tiny? I mean, that's true, but you have to admit that the chibis aren't... See, justifying myself to Safi is interesting, because Safi knows better than to just say, okay, girl, whatever you say. Like, they're more likely to hold me accountable, which is so real of them. So it's harder for me to excuse myself out of certain decisions I make. Which I love that. Friends should do that for each other. But also, fuck you! I want to do what I want! I'm kidding. It's 9:45! It's 9:45! Let's just say that the art I'm doing for these characters, like this, it's like splash art, you know? It's like you have the little mini sprites, and then this is like the splash art, where it's like a bit more realistic, and it's a demonstration of how they are full figured. Yeah. If I throw, art terms at you in context of things that already exist and are much more established than Chromosynth, maybe then you'll believe me. Yeah. Anyway, it looks like Brain Age is done. So, upbeat and chill aquarium music. Now that's what the fuck is up. Turn that up a little bit. Happy 9:45. Thank you. One thing the full bodies can do better is illustrate everyone's height and body types. Yes! I think that is definitely part of it. Like, the chibis are good for depicting design, but the downside of the chibis is that they're very, like, the upside to the chibis when it comes to designing with them is that because they're so uniform, I don't have to think too hard about certain things, like the intricacies of their body types and whatever. But that is something that is taken away with the sprites, which is why I wanted to do this. I also will admit that, like I said earlier, I did order another Chromosynth commission, which is, happy, joy. But also, there is kind of a part of me that whenever I send the chibis as reference, like, yes, they're definitely sufficient as references, but when it comes to, like, little, like, intricacies, I feel more confident sending them something like this, because, like, I'm not ordering chibi commissions of them, I'm ordering more realistic commissions. So I think it makes sense to want to have a good design reference in a bigger style. Chromissions! That's crazy. With every little Chromosynth commission, I try to make sure it features characters that, well, number one, hasn't been commissioned before, obviously. Imagine if I commissioned Patricio like 5 times, just because. That'd be great. But also because I want to fill up those galleries, and also because I think it helps me get out of the favoritism mentality, which I don't really have. Honestly, if I try hard enough, I can vibe with any character of mine I can think of. But I think ordering commissions of each of them puts myself through the gauntlet of, like, alright, saying, testing yourself. You can get the dread and tension without the intense gore by watching thrillers. Yeah! Not to bring up, like, normie horror thriller, but what is it, A21? I think that's what they're called. Sorry, I haven't actually seen an A21 movie in a long time. I know there's one that came out somewhat recently, or is going to come out, that's like a podcast horror, which sounds corny as shit, but I've seen people talk about it /pause on Twitter, which is pretty promising. A24, there we go. A21. Sorry, that's the age that A24 can, can drink. I was thinking of, it has to be A24. You can get it from both. There's more than one path to get to an explanation. I feel like there's a discussion happening in chat that I feel like, so sorry, I don't think Royal is saying that, I don't think there's a bad faith argument happening where we're saying that the Saw franchise is intrinsically less artistic or less valuable because it has, intense gore and, like, visually disturbing moments. I don't think that's what we're saying. I believe what we're saying is, good for the people who like that, but for those who are more squeamish and would get more properly disturbed, and less, like, less disturbed as in like, ew, I don't want to see that, and more disturbed as in like you're sitting with the dread and you're like, oh fuck. That's definitely like a different kind of dread. That an enjoyable kind that you can get from certain movies, you know? I'm just saying why I enjoy Saw, what others do get out of it, yeah. And I do agree with you, sorry. I do agree that there is something about exposing yourself to something that makes you uncomfortable. And I'm not saying that, like, I'm ordering everyone to do that right now, but there is something about that where going outside of your comfort zone and seeing or going through something that you wouldn't necessarily do all the time, but just doing it just so you can, you know, get some perspective or experience something you haven't had before, or maybe even discover that you actually like it more than you thought. I don't know. I very much am an advocate for going out of your comfort zone in like a lot of different realms. Horror is like comedy and it's very subjective, I mean. And I agree. I've been following some horror YouTubers and podcasters, and they've definitely broadened my perspective on horror as a genre. Alright, and then the glasses. Have you ever seen Salad Fingers? Yeah. Dude, I've been on early YouTube. I know Charlie the Unicorn. I know Smosh. I know Fred. I know the Annoying Orange. I know Ball, is what I'm trying to say. But again, Salad Fingers was one of those things that I watched for a little bit and I was like, this isn't for me. Because clearly it, you know, it's confident in what it wants to do and wants to be. And I'm like, I'm not really about that, you know? But it's engaging. I would say, yeah, if it is engaging to you, then yeah. That's something I definitely put myself through just to watch because it was popular. Brother, if you want to talk about stuff you put yourself through just to prove to yourself and your weird, like, child sense of machismo, let's talk Happy Tree Friends, okay? Because that is something in which I saw people, you know, watch that and enjoy it, and I was like, well, I'm like basically grown, so if I can handle this, I'll be all set, no problem. And, in retrospect, I was not okay. It's not like those things like really fucked me up, but I was just like not having a pleasant time watching most Happy Tree Friends stuff. Maybe I would have like little moments where I was like, oh, that was funny, or like, oh, that was like clever. But for the most part, I was just torturing myself essentially. Again, nothing like intrinsically wrong with Happy Tree Friends. It's kind of its own like art form, having this. When you think about it, it's the first mascot horror media where you're taking all these cute little marketable characters and subjecting them to the horrors. I mean, I was definitely in the fandom, but that's a conversation for another day. But yeah. I personally find a lot of A24 movies not made by Jordan Peele very boring, where nothing really happens. Interesting. Sorry, have you... Okay, you said non-Jordan Peele movies. Have you seen, like, movies by Ari Aster, by chance? Because, listen, I know they are very talked about, and I'm not, you know, surprising anyone by saying, oh yeah, you like Ari Aster, do you? But, like, movies like Hereditary and Midsommar, I would say, are very effective and are good A24 movies in being horror. I would have appreciated multiple content warnings for Midsummer. Yeah, I understand that. There's definitely, when it comes to psychological horror, in which, like, part of the experience is the unexpected nature of the horror, and in like, if you anticipate it, the effectiveness is lost. But I definitely agree in that, like, there's a time and place for prioritizing that above, like, your actual well-being. Midsummer is good. Oh, nice. Could not enjoy the Witch. I did watch the Witch. I know it came like a lot earlier, and so it was, I would say, like the stepping stone for a lot of A24 vibe horror. I didn't really vibe with it particularly. I don't know. Like, I watched it and I got like nothing out of it. Which isn't to say that it's necessarily bad, it just wasn't particularly memorable to me, as opposed to something like Hereditary or Midsommar. Ooh, like Higurashi. Is that, wait, Higurashi When They Cry? I feel like there are certain like animated anime horror that I'm familiar with because they're so well known in like the anime like cultural zeitgeist, but I just know so little about it and I can't even comprehend it because I think, is Higurashi the one that deals with fucking timelines and shit? I don't know. I know there's like a fucked up green-haired anime girl and like, I don't know. I feel like once something is horror, like, I get fascinated, but if it gets too complex, I'm like, I'm out. But a lot of them feel less like horror and more like dramas with creepy elements. It deals with a time loop. Well, there you go. That's why I couldn't get into it, because I'm like, man, I'm the kind of person where, like, I can deal with some convoluted elements, but it feels like when I'm introduced to it by like, okay, before you get into this, here's a map of shit you got to know. I'm like, buddy, if I wanted to do my like pre-work before doing this shit, I'd go back to school, okay? What the hell? I remember some of the characters being interesting, yeah. I mean, I understand that some psychological horrors can feel like for example, I know we agree that you know, you liked Midsommar, but like Hereditary, for example, it's very much family drama intermixed the psychological horror, which I understand that can be kind of dull because the horror isn't that it's, you know, you're dealing with this monster that is like you're in a frightening scenario. It's more so because it's psychological horror, you're dealing with the horror of real life. We live in a society, etc., etc. And that, I can understand that being boring to a certain extent or dull because you're just kind of living a regular life and waiting for something kind of off to happen. But in my opinion, I find that I almost find that more interesting because it's, I mean, firstly, I do not live the lives that these family drama, you know, stories happen in. Like, even though they take place in real life and are normal events, like, I do not have a family that has a bunch of, you know, that has these, like, specific siblings or this parental dynamic. There are always little things that I personally am not familiar with, so even if they are normal, I can get something out of it, if that makes sense. Obviously, like, you know, there's an extent to where drama feels, like, forced, and it's like, I don't want to see people just, like, fight each other just for the sake of conflict. I can understand that, but I enjoy horror movies to make me uncomfortable. Oh well, I think that's the crux of your taste, sorry. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But I definitely think, if that is, like, your principle that you're going into horror movies with, it makes sense that you wouldn't gel with certain kinds of it that I personally gel with. Not to sound like a fucking, letterboxed intellectual, but I do like going into movies to think about things. Listen, you can go into movies and turn off your brain like whatever the fuck you want. But fundamentally, whenever I like sit down and watch a movie, it is a special experience. Like that's always been the way that I grew up. Like going into a movie theater with my family was always reserved for like a special day, like someone's birthday or like a holiday. And in a way, spending that couple hours watching a movie and sitting down and paying attention to that is still kind of like a ritualistic experience that I really like treasure. And so, sometimes I'll watch something like Avatar 2 and be like, oh my god, color is pretty. And the only thing I get out of it is that this truly is the movie of America and that it has fighting and cool visuals and is colonialism. And that's all it has to offer for the world. And I could have gone without seeing it. But at the very least, it makes me think about like art. It makes me think about the people who made it and stories and stuff. That's just what I think. Get Out made me extremely uncomfortable. I'm glad it did, white man. Sorry, I can't act like I'm particularly in that discussion, but I mean I kind of am. Like there's a Japanese guy in there, so if you round up to the nearest ethnicity, that would count as my group. But yeah, I really liked Get Out. I watched it during film class in college, and it was really fascinating because it was a film class that was specifically about race and culture. So watching that movie in the context of we are studying how movies are both a reflection of and make an impact on the culture around us, it's a really interesting experience. You still need to see Get Out? Bro, you need to see Get Out? Dude, I mean, not to shame y'all too hard, but, like, I don't know. No one has to, like, watch I mean, I'm not even the biggest movie watcher, of all time, but I definitely feel that kind of compulsion to be like, alright, let's see what people are talking about when it comes to movies. Very much less so TV shows, mind you. That's just a personal thing. Movies are less of a commitment, but my mom says the same thing and then enjoys the most surface level thrillers. Like, there isn't anything intrinsically wrong with watching essentially at its worst slop, at its least harmful, just like a movie that gets you to jump out of your seat a little bit and go like, oh, whoa, mama, whoa, Nelly, pulls at my collar a little bit. I get that. People's experiences are different, but I think it is just a lot of people argue, like, the argument of, like, how much should you turn off your brain, quote unquote, when you engage with media. Like, some people, their response to, like, critique of media is like, man, you're thinking too hard. I go into this just to turn off my brain and enjoy it. And, like, again, nothing that is, like, morally wrong about that to you, but generally when people pour, like, a lot of work into something, it's like a net positive to look at it and respect it as a piece of art that someone made, and therefore, have thoughts on it. I don't know, that's just me. Like, sometimes I'll watch a movie and I'll be like, I got nothing out of this, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to go into a movie expecting to leave, like, a review or something. But I think, in general, it's good to have thoughts. Is that controversial to say? Is it controversial to say that I want you to, when you experience art, I want you to come away with, like, a slightly more wrinkled brain? I think that's a good thing to want to tell people, I think. Hello, Glitched! Hello! Thank you for coming! Oh my god, XYB, hello! Okay, XYB, we weren't calling you a fake Sangler. We were just saying that you pointed out in the server that, you know, I had opened stream avatars, which is the reason why everyone are sharks and Pokemon, by the way. And I just found that a little funny. Movies don't have good stopping points. I don't like the time commitment of a movie. I understand. Again, I'm like that with TV shows. Like, there are some TV show episodes where, like, one is basically a movie's worth. Like, it's an hour long. And for TV shows that you really like, yum yum yum, give me that content. But if you're going into it for the first time and you're, like, waiting to enjoy it, it can definitely be, like, a commitment. I love seeing positive reactions to certain media, but one guy pissed me off when he did an Avatar Last Airbender walkthrough, barely said anything, and his only final thought was WC. It's like, Safi, that... I totally get that. Because, on one hand, some people, it can be hard for them to articulate their thoughts. So, if all they can say in the moment is just, hey man, I enjoyed that, that was good, like, I get it. Like, no one is obligated to give an extensive review of something. But I understand it pissing you off when they have, like, nothing original to offer for themselves. Especially if you're doing, like a Let's Watch. Like, isn't the whole point of that is that you're offering something other than literally just displaying the media that you're watching? Like, even with reaction channels, and, like, not commentary, reaction channels that are truly just there to give just emotional, like, you know, emotional highs and whatnot, at least that's, like, kind of something. Like, they're a character, like, in a gestury way, but it's like something original that they're providing. If they're giving Go Girl Give Us Nothing, then I'm honestly, I don't fuck with that. Shiori didn't... Shiori... I mean, every now and then I see someone who still isn't a Pokemon, and I try to, like, nudge them by saying, like, hey, you know, you can change your avatar in chat. Like, that's something... The Pokemon were added, like, a couple months ago, so, you know, whatever. But, like, it's up to you. You can be a shark if you want. There's a reason why I kept that option. I'm just saying. I have way more thoughts about things I enjoy than things I don't. Because if I didn't enjoy it, it was an emotional reaction, so I've got no passion for it. That's really interesting, Sorry, because with that logic, if you got an emotional reaction, wouldn't that necessitate passion? Because you can have passion. Passion can come out as, like, disdain and hatred. Passion isn't necessarily, like, love and appreciation. Like, I can be very passionate about the shit I hate. Is this a safe place to recommend ContraPoint's latest? I thought we were all still fish. Oh, Shiori. To be fair, Shiori, you are, like, very busy during our streams, so I don't blame you for just not looking up or, like, squinting and looking too closely at what is below the screen. It's okay, Shiori. You've got, like, better priorities than looking at what fish are swimming down below. It's all good. Damn it! The lines aren't perfectly symmetrical. It needs to be like this. I hope you're doing well, XYB. Having XYB around, like both in the in stream chat and in the server is kind of like having a friend group where one of them is just like a whole different generation. So sometimes they just be like saying and doing stuff and you're like, you put a hand on their shoulder and you're like, that's great. You seem like you're having fun. I'm happy for you. How do we change to a Pokemon? I am technologically illiterate. Okay, Shiori, are you on a phone device or on a computer device? Because when you hover on the little screen that you're using, there should be a little purple square that comes up with SA, so that is the stream avatar symbol, and if you click that, that should give you your options as to what you can be. You're on your Chromebook, yeah, so you should be able to hover over the Twitch video and see the little, yeah, there you go! Damn, you didn't even know how to, so like you were government assigned shark and you just stuck with it. Jump around like bunnies. XYB, I'm giving you a heartful noogie right now. I would noogie you from across the pond if I could, to show my appreciation for your company. You don't know what a noogie is? So so this is typically a thing that happens with brothers, but it's kind of like, you know what, how sometimes brothers pull each other into a headlock or sometimes? A noogie is just kind of like... I can't really simulate it, but if you look it up, it's a very... I guess it's kind of an American cultural thing, but I would say it's play wrestling / play bullying that siblings often do to each other. You should be proud. Your personality is very marketable towards me. I was like, oh, that's really sweet, but then you ended it with towards me, and I'm like, I'm glad I appealed specifically to you, XYB. That's wonderful. Genuinely, I mean. I wish someone did that to me. That's oh, I also I'm happy that you're sharing pictures of your new cat, XYB. It's a very adorable little black cat. And I love it when people share their pets in the little animal therapy channel. It's very friendly towards the younger generation. Well, I would hope so. Thank you, XYB. I would hope that, you know, as much as my streams can be, I would say, esoteric in certain ways, like it's definitely, it's not the most general. Like, I'm not over here drawing, you know, Chainsaw Man with my sexy VTuber avatar talking about like, what's your favorite fruit? Like, I'm definitely talking about shit that can put people off, but I would hope that I come off as, you know, decent. I think decent is a good moral presentation to strive for. Your baby meow meow, yeah. I think I'm gonna go to bed. I remember that's there. Oh, you're gonna post your cat? Yeah, post your cat, sorry. Oh wait, Shiori, did you pick a Piplup? Wait, actually, I need to find your... Oh yeah, you did pick a Piplup. We are the Pips and the Lups. Actually, in that case, if you're picking Piplup, then I might change mine then. Not like no hate, but I like mine to be original. So if you're gonna be that, because I love a lot of water types, so I can very easily just like change it out. Let's see. Do I want to be like later gen or earlier gen? Let me go earlier gen maybe. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 ba 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 ba. Da 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 do do do. How big is the Mantine? Hold on. Avatar, Spiel. Oh wait, I want to be the Spiel. Yes! If I'm Spiel, I can roll around. Yes! I love the Spiel animation because it rolls. Yay! Yay! Grapes are great. Oh my gosh, I love grape. Bro, I mean, I'm staying until I can request the song Peaches. Sure. I love that we're going into like talking about fruits because the food is truly the great equalizer of all conversations, which I kind of love. I feel like the most general discussions I have are either food related or like maybe like colors and names. There truly is nothing like just talking about food. Nothing like it. All right. I think now I'm going to go ahead and color that. I love this water level, by the way, in Super Mario 64. I learned how to play this on the piano. You have large red grapes? Bro, so my beef with grapes is that grapes are awesome because they're so not messy. I love a fruit that isn't messy. Like, listen, I love like oranges and clementines, but sometimes just the act of opening them, like a good clementine, not messy. You can just peel it and it comes right off. Like sometimes to get into an orange though, you have to fucking dig in there, and now your hands smell like orange, which isn't the end of the world, but like I feel like I have to wash my hands a little bit. But like grapes aren't messy, you can just pop them right in. My beef with them is sometimes there are grapes that are mushy, and grapes, I'm usually not a big texture person. Grapes absolutely have to be firm for me to enjoy them. Like they can be a little mushy if it's like near the end and I'm like, I'd rather eat them than throw them away. But like that's why like I kind of fuck with green grapes now. Either seedless red grapes or green grapes are kind of ideal for me because with purple grapes, they're so small. Like usually if grapes are nice and oblong, the bigger they are, the more likely they're going to stay firm longer. Like they'll last a long time. Meanwhile, like table grapes, shit. You know, they're the weakest out of all of them. Like, they're small, they're usually sour, they usually, like, you know, they mush faster. Awful. So if you want to find, like, a good oblong grape, so that not only are you getting more grape per grape, you're also getting, like, firmness, you're getting, like, a good, consistent, nice sweetness that isn't too sour, that comes from the mushy, you know, spoilingness. Sorry, I love grapes. That's my answer to that. What I would do for a crisp green grape. Me and you, Safi. Me and you. What's fucked up is that I will straight up, like, get grapes and then forget I have grapes until I actively, like, open up the refrigerator to get something else. Because I forgot they were grapes. Is that messed up? Like, it's like you think that by not having them, I would cherish them once they're in my life, but that isn't the truth. Because like everyone, I am a child born of sin. I dislike coconut water and coconuts. I've had some coconut water, it's fine, but actually, is coconut water and coconut milk the same? It's the liquid that's in the coconut, right? Pardon my French, but it's the coco's nut, right? But is it the same whether it's coconut water or coconut milk? Anyway, I'm not a big fan of coconut because it's a textural and a taste thing. Whenever they're in stuff like desserts and whatever, I just kind of bear through it, you know. It's one of those things where you're like, there are people starving in other parts of the world. Like, I'm not spitting this out. I have to swallow this. You let out the biggest sigh. Well, if you were really good friends, you would clap for me for being so talented. You would clap and go, good job, and then throw me a big green grape, and that I would catch it in my mouth. That's what a real friend would do. See, this is the downside to streaming solo, is because when I say this shit while I'm streaming, you know, Ace Attorney or something with Royal and Safi, when I say like some out-of-pocket shit, usually I get some laughter in response, and then, you know, we can move on, even if they don't like particularly like what I'm saying. When it's just me, like, they can... Sometimes I know they're laughing, but they're like, they have to convey the disappointment first and foremost. So, you know, I don't win either way, is what I'm trying to say. This is not a medium that is friendly to me, is what I'm trying to say. I laughed at your big green grape comment. Are you happy? I am. I need validation all the time. Anyway, I'm going to get to your song request. Sorry. I'm actually being a great friend by establishing a narratively compelling comedic dynamic. See... Here. What is this? Oh, it's, you said it was Peaches, right? The Presidents of the United States of America. Oh... How was this 3 years ago? This looks like it was recorded, like, 2004. Oh, I know this lyric! I think that's the only lyric I know from this song. Peaches come from a can, they were something by the man. That's all I know. This is kind of giving like All American Rejects vibes. Oh, this is from the 90s? Oh, man, I got this hella wrong then. I was like, it was sometimes when a video is a re-upload, but it doesn't like say that right off the bat. So you're like, man, this looks really ancient. I think I'm losing my mind. Woman. They don't make white boys like this anymore. Where have all the white men gone, and where all... Anyway. Why are they called the Presidents of the United States of America? Do you think they really thought that one through? Don't they know that presidents is problematic media? Oh wait, I do have a song. Ooh! All 90s alt-rock bands had to have quirky names. That's true. We did have a motherfucker named Bowling for Soup at one point. What was up with that? High School Never Ends? Yeah, clearly. Sorry, that was really mean. I do appreciate them. That's a banger-ass song. Dude, they're doing ninja moves and karate. Now you know it's from the 90s. Oh, dude. I wrestled a bear once? Okay, that's just a flex. If that happened to me, I would also make it my band name. Ever since I got this kitten, I've been waking up with scratches in places I didn't know existed. Damn! XYB is discovering new body parts based off of the injuries they're getting from their cat. That's love. Okay. This song has been rotting my brain. Let's see. Fruit Ninjas. Oh, it's the new Flavor Foley song. In a stunning twist, Len is not the one who dies in this one. Good night, y'all. Good night. I love looking down and like not looking at the lyrics, and the English pronunciation is incomprehensible. Not like a downside, mind you, just like a comment. It's like, is this how it feels to listen to like regular Japanese Vocaloid songs and be like looking away and like not knowing what the hell they're saying? Ooh, that's Rin! I think the more realistic style is also really good for exploring the little eye intricacies, because here it's mostly just, you know, base color and like a little vague shape, but here I can actually go a little bit all out. Damn. Knowing what the song is about? This is a really cool song. Again, have not actually, like, learned the lyrics of this. I've only seen fan art. I think there's also something really smart, and something I've seen brought up, is that specifically what happens with a lot of trans men's lives is that, you know, people do talk like this. They say like, oh no, like, where did my like precious like little girl go? You know, obviously when people transition, there are people like saying like, you know, that they're you know, who they were, quote unquote, like is lost, and there's like a kind of weird mourning that happens. But I do agree that there is like a particular one that goes with the daughter role, like oh no, my poor sweet girl. And so I think it's really cool for them to play with that and be like, yes, they're like that daughter that I killed. It's a really cool song. I sense the key change from a mile away, was still pleasantly surprised. That's how it is. That's what's up. They use two Japanese voice banks and have them cross into English, so the pronunciation is as good as it gets. Yeah. Honestly, I see some Vocaloids production nowadays, and I'm like, damn, Teto sounds like a human. Last time I was really into the Vocaloid scene was the 2010s, and so hearing some that are very, very detailed is kind of unnerving a little bit. I think there's a level to where You want to get it like nice in advance, but not too much. There's an uncanny valley effect, I think. If you guys aren't aware, this is a save point. So if you want to just like stretch a little bit, sip some water, just like close your eyes if you haven't blinked in a while. Just in general, just relax. This is your scheduled stream save point, since the Kirby Music save point has come up. So if you need a little reminder to do that, including you, no. No. I think I'm okay. Save points for thee and not for me, I think. Fine, I'll take a sip. Joke's on you, I've been drinking water this whole time. Damn, Shiori! Watermogging me in my own stream. Rin and Left have English voice banks, to be clear, but here they're using LEN VX4 and Ring Act 1 that are Japanese only. Interesting! I wonder what was their decision for that. I did hear that they specifically used an outdated Rin voice bank, which I think is really cool for the story decision that they want to tell. But why Japanese specific is my question. Did they wanted to have some commentary about Len specifically being a Japanese trans man in that context? That could be interesting. Taffy attacks me. They hate me. Hello. Good to see you. As always. You flew behind the YouTube video? How does that happen? Wait, aren't we... The way the layers work, that shouldn't be possible. Hold on. Taffy's gonna attack me. Actually, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm rolling over there. Taffy, can your slow Meryl ass hurry up? Like, I'm rolling over to you now at this point. You spin when you fly through the air. Beautiful. They already attacked you for us? Oh, I didn't see it. Hold on. Can someone attack me real quick so I can see it? They're both attacking me. Oh no, that's... Oh, it's been a while since I looked at that. I love the crying face it shows when you fly through the air. That's what it's all about. Cannonball. What the hell? What? Oh my god! Why? Girl! They hate my ass! I'm just rolling! What the hell? Dude. Dude, they hate my pussy, dude. That's awful. I was really tempted, at one point earlier today to send, like, cause have you guys seen the rainforest, the rainforest pussy meme? Where it's like, you can tell it's drawn by a Korean because the emotions are very visceral, but it's like these two dudes who are just growling feverishly and pelting rocks and tomatoes at someone, and their shirt says "I love rainforest pussy." I'm not gonna lie, if you like remove that caption and label their shirts as anything else, they're very good reaction images, but I didn't have like the mind space to replace, like, do that editing, so I didn't commit to it after all. But that image did come to mind because it's a beautiful image, I think. I love Bush propaganda, and I'm not talking HW. I need to like do the things I want to do, but I can't get them out on paper or anything. Aww. My ideas are original because only I think. That's so true, bestie. I would say something... Honestly, I'm not even in the best place to give motivational advice on productivity because I have poisonally not been the most productive artistically. Like, I've done other stuff on the website, like little bitty updates that you would notice if you are me and no one else. But when it comes to actually like drawing the art, I have not done much, admittedly. So I'm not in a position where I can be the bigger person here. But regardless, one thing in general I would say that motivates me to execute something is to set small goals for myself rather than focusing on the big goal. Like, if you're worried that, like, man, I want to execute this thing, but it just seems so big, then just tell yourself, like, okay, just make a sketch, and that's literally it. Like, the goal is to just make that sketch and let that be the only thing. And then once you're there, then you can, like, you know, think more about what you want it to become. That works for me, usually. Okay, it'll just be blank. So that helps motivate me because it lifts the pressure of making something big and more so lowers expectations that I put on myself. Bro, has proof of drawing for multiple hours. Also, bro, I haven't been very productive lately. Hey, see, listen. I'm gonna be totally transparent. For a good while, these art streams have been the only times I've actually been drawing. And yes, I do work full-time, but I admit I could be better about drawing more in my free time. So that is why I'm holding myself accountable in that aspect, okay? Art streams are also a way of holding myself accountable, admittedly. I usually do it every day, but there are some design choices I want to do, and I can't. I was wondering how you get ideas for designing characters. That's a good question, XYB. I would say when it comes to character design stuff, I'm definitely not the kind of person who can make outfits on the fly. I'm very much someone who still has to look for inspiration when it comes to a certain style or like a genre or a vibe. I would say when it comes to character design, I tend to get inspired by pre-existing designs, and then the goal is to adapt it in a way that makes it feel like my own. So, like, sometimes there are designs that I see in, like, cartoons, or in anime, or even some people's OCs every now and then, and I'll be like, okay, I'll put that in my fancy little folder, and I'll be like, that is something that I will reference, not take, mind you, but, like, reference, and be like, okay, something about that resonated with me, how can I take that thing, that part of it that I liked and apply it to a character of my own, you know? Like, even when you think about it, Ujin's design, specifically the jacket, is based off of, I would say, it's based off of a couple of different designs I've seen, where, like, the base is this dark color, and there are, like, specific highlight elements that are brighter, which feels more pleasant than having the jacket in its entirety be all orange, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I would say it doesn't appeal to me specifically. You know? Find things that you like in other people's designs, and then try to give it your own spin. You know? Make it yours. I need to keep practicing those designs. I don't really know what to do. Yeah, it's not something that is like totally natural. Like I've seen people come up with the designs on the fly. Those people are like a whole different breed. Trust me. They can come up with intricate dresses and clothing that makes them seem like they're more of a fashion designer than an artist. Like, that is definitely not me. The only reason why I am really practiced in design is because I have forced myself to practice with a lot of different, like, wide ranges of design. But yeah, it's absolutely something that you want to use references for. I'm struggling with this extremely baggy clothing, like a robe. I don't struggle with folds, I struggle with it looking awkward. I get that, XYB. Honestly, I still sort of struggle with hoodies. Not anything in the body, but specifically how a hoodie looks when it's over the head or kind of hanging out back here. Like, there are certain ways that the clothing folds that I'm not used to drawing. So, like, stuff like, you know, sleeves and, you know, stuff like the jacket, like, I'm used to it at this point, so I can sort of visually intuit where the fold should be. But when it comes to stuff like that, it honestly, and I know you hate to hear it, it truly is a matter of just training yourself and practicing. Because the more you do it, the more you'll understand it, and the more it'll just come naturally to you. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have some song requests. Alright, I believe, yes, we are playing Underscore's request right now. And then Shiori's is next. By the way, this is groovy as hell. Holy. This is that classic, like, 90s, like, I wouldn't call it pop, per se. But it's definitely that, like, you know, almost like city pop a little bit. That classic music that I love. Should I also request a song so I can be another ant in the colony? XYB, if you want to request a song that you like, I think you should do it. You should definitely not feel like you have to request a song to be like everyone else. Like, yeah, if you have a song you want to share with the class, then that's fine. You know? Believe it or not, your performance as a Sangle Twitch viewer is not graded by participation. As a matter of fact, you can just be here and chill. And me, the Sangler, will be perfectly content with that either way. Jazz fusion. Oh, that is a bomb-ass genre name for it. Yeah, I guess it is jazzy when I think about it. It's the drums, I think. The drums are the biggest key to that. Who can forget Larry's classic line in the third game? Hey man, listen. I wish I could be like you, but I like girls, okay? I tried, man. It's not for me, man. Classic Larry moment. All right. Let's go to Shiori's request. Pokemon Miku. I actually haven't heard a lot of the Pokemon Miku collabs. Oh my god, it's the one with my husband. And his autistic gaze at us, the audience. I can't believe this is an official collaboration. Like, this specific vibe of Vocaloid song, I feel like is almost too esoteric for Pokemon, but I kind of love that for them. Dude, I love it when he goes. I love that. I love an ominous man. Like an ominous man who like believes that he's not ominous at all. I love that. That's one of my favorite types of men. Like cannot read a vibe, man. Love that. Oh yeah, you were playing Pokemon Black and White XYB. Oh! Oh my god, the beat change? Oh, and the frame rate change as well? Jeez. Oh, is this the Team Plasma motif? Oh my god. The HP. Damn. Why did he have the ice cream Pokemon? I love little traces of the black and white protagonists. They're my favorite, like, trainer designs. Bro, but like, what are the lyrics? What is he talking about? There are no closed captions. Damn, that went crazy. That went stupid. I mean, it was kind of incomprehensible at times, but I respect that a lot. Anyway, back to Fish. Yeah, this part particularly makes me think of like Toho. And I mean that in the best way. Honestly, after this, I'm gonna play a Toho song. Those songs rip. I've never played a Toho game, nor like it's one of those things where like I know there's time shit involved, so it's like it's so much, it's too much for me. So I just can't personally get into it, but I fuck with it a little bit. The OST is awesome. Yeah. Dude, isn't Toho made by, well, at least originally, it was made by just the one guy? Like, the same artist, the same coder, the same composer? Like, that's some Toby Fox before Toby Fox existed. Holy. Toho Project. Alright. So I'm gonna play the song it reminded me of. Toho. Night of Nights. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I think this is a remix? Okay. Get those cat jams out. Get those fucking cat jams out. Now imagine you're playing a game and it's a bullet hell game and there's more pellets on the screen than pixels. Like, if I was in like a Miku style concert, I'd be like waving my sticks like fucking crazy, dude. Like, I don't listen to Toho music that often, but this stuff sticks with you. I guess another reason, you know, justification for doing this is that, do you guys remember the little character sheets? This is kind of a realistic substitute of those character sheets, where you have little references for the eyes and the body and whatnot. So, totally justified is what I'm trying to say. God, this rips! Why does the girl you're drawing look like Sangold? I mean, we could get very Freudian in why the character that I make my main character looks a little like me. The short explanation for that, XYB, is that Ujin didn't always have glasses. I gave them glasses because it seemed fitting, but it did fall into the trap of making them look a little bit like me. But, basically, it's a lot easier to write a protagonist if that protagonist is similar enough to you that you can understand from like a cultural and personal perspective where they're coming from. Hence why they're also Korean like me. But yeah, I am not Ujin, however. Get that twisted. Wow. Yes, very good. Okay, let me get out Ujin's old... Like, while I'm very much, like, art-oriented, Ujin is much more, like, game and tech-oriented, and that is very much... like, I dabble, but it's very much not my thing. Yeah, this is the old, art, yeah. And so like here, for example, you would see, oh yeah, I made their eyes like the see, this is details you wouldn't get in the little mini sprite. I've been considering having a kid. It's like having an OC. It's actually the literal definition of having an original character XYB is by creating new life. So it is not that weird. Do you guys want to listen to one more Toho song? I know like by name, Night of Nights is like the only one I know, but I know there's like, you know, You and Owen Was Her, that's a classic, but it's also kind of like spooky. But can we go like a what's another one? It's like a I can imagine like some of the I think it's wintry. There's one with like a wintry character. I think that one's really cool. But I again, they have like very cool names, but they aren't very beginner friendly. So how about Toho songs? Um, yeah, you get shit like uh Septet for the Dead Princess. What the fuck? Okay. I'm like looking through this playlist and seeing if I recognize anything. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, I love stuff that integrates that. Okay, this playlist is not the most reliable because there's a Friday Night Funkin' song in here, which I know for sure does not have a Toho in it. Fine, I'll play Cyrano's math class or whatever the hell that is. Oh, oh, is it one of those like Nico Nico Dauga songs? Alright. Alright, let's go. We're going down this category. Like when I think of Nico Nico Dauga, I think Vocaloid and Toho. Like that's the perfect encapsulation of what that's about. Wait, is this song where that melody comes from? Or is this a parody of that song from the game? Because this sounds familiar. But like, is this from this? Is this from a fucking Nico Nico Dauga video? Because that's kind of blowing my mind. Because it's an iconic ass song. Okay, there's Lord of this. All right, let's keep playing the video. It was another Toho song. Oh, Keto Keto Paradise. Okay, that sounds familiar. And this is a remix. Okay. Okay, I have the melody totally wrong. See, when you get things, you know, when you understand things through cultural osmosis, you get little glimpses of clarity of like, oh, I know that, but then sometimes it's a swing and a miss. Forgive me for my Toho illiteracy. It became known as Oh Teto Territory! aka Oh wait, that's totally... Wait, it's coming back to me. You're totally right, that's what I know it from! It's from Teto Territory! Oh my god, I'm like reverse engineering my memories now. Yeah, I definitely know it from the Teto song. Alright. There's something about certain, like, I would say Japanese style songs, like the melody, where the notes go is just, it scratches an itch of mine, just very pleasing. I think it's because it employs more minors, but it isn't necessarily as sad, it's still bumping. You don't see that too often in Western songs, I think. しょうがないのね I've drunk the water from the springs of infinite wisdom. No, I'm not cringe. No. See you later, suckers. I rev up my motorbike and in a cloud of dust comes up, and then once it clears, you find me dead on the floor. How do I clip that? How about we pretend it didn't happen? How we give Sang, our good friend Sang, some grace, huh? I think I can do a decent anime girl impression. I just need like a Japanese line I'm confident in saying. Otherwise it's gonna sound bad. Baka baka. Yeah. All right. So if we can return to, actually not return, but if we can proceed to what I know this song from. Teto territory. Let's go. Let's go. This is my culture. This is my history. You know, in retrospect, hearing this melody, it is very, like, Toho. I probably should have known sooner. They were really trying something with Teto. They were like, yeah, Teto is a chimera, so Teto's actually like a 30-year-old woman, but also a they, and also Teto has weird gender and is everything at once. I don't know what the hell they were doing with Teto. It's like by trying to make her distinct from Miku, they just really just threw shit at the wall. But I kind of love that for her. You could open Twitch emo commissions in this style. Hypothetically, I could. You know what? As I've been commissioning people, like, bits and pieces, I have been thinking about opening back commissions of my own. I think the issue is, when it comes to, like, you know, full body commissions, I unfortunately lack a little bit, because I feel like when it comes to drawing, you know, as much as I've drawn in general, for some reason, forcing myself to draw a full body in my regular realistic style is still like a chore like none other. But doing like chibi or sketchy stuff is much, much more dealable. But I definitely could open specifically like Twitch emote stuff. See, my concern is that I am not versed in like the emote arts. There is an art to it, as a matter of fact, because I feel like I still have some room for growth when it comes to these emotes, specifically because there is a level of simplicity that you have to put in so that they are legible from a distance. And I feel like my emotes are a little lacking in that aspect. Like they're too detailed to be the most effective Twitch emotes, in my opinion. But if people would want to commission me, I would say I'm definitely open for it. Yeah! Damn it, this is backwards. Yeah! That's the con about flipping your canvas so many times. You tend to get lost on which way is where. There you go. Alright, let's go back. Oh, actually, we have a Shiori song. Some flashing images, but I was thinking about how good Knee Fruits is. I used to like Teto, but now I don't because her fans are new gen and evil now. I think if you want to be better than them, XYB, you wouldn't judge or have your opinions be shaped by the fans of something rather than the original. You know what's really new gen? Basing your opinion and personal feelings on something based off of the fans rather than the source material. Oh, that is funky imagery. Oh yeah, that imagery is stark. I definitely think you can tighten up that skill with some practice. I think the thing about with these stickers is that fundamentally they're less supposed to be emotes and they're more so supposed to be stickers. So they're not meant to be like itsy bitsy like they are. They're meant to be a little bigger, which is why they have more detail and like the proportions are like that. If they were truly designed to be emotes, they would be way more bobbleheady. Like, if I really wanted to, like, market them, I would have to sell them as, like, chibis or stickers, maybe not emotes. Because functionally, they're not ideal as emotes, personally. Just putting myself to that standard. Yeah. I've been trying to find more songs that use Soyogi Soyogi. Is that what this voice bank is? Huh. Oh, the classical music that's playing in the background. I recognize it. I'm such a sucker for just incorporating classical music into any like modern-esque song. I'm basic. Is this really a voice bank? It does sound like someone straight up singing. You know what? It would make sense that voice banks really originated from Japan because their language is very, like, block-y. So, just having the little sounds and syllables makes sense. We have a sticker? Oh my god, we do! I forgot we can upload stickers. Huh. I mean, either way, if we just post the emote, like, by itself, it gets about the size of a sticker, so... Soyogi Soyogi is a voice bank on the CVO engine, Yuki Kaji. Very famous Japanese VA, yeah. Alright. Let us return. You guys won't believe this. It's rotating fish time. There we go. There we fucking go. Okay. I think the only detail that's really missing is the little pocket there and the laces. The pockets are there because if they weren't there, they'd just be basic pants. And I have to add something or I'll die. And also pockets are there because they're for utility. Ujin particularly strikes me as someone who wears things with deep pockets. I have to like completely scrub my mind of Tomodachi Life because every time I think about it, I'm like, I don't have it yet. Ugh. And here's the thing, I want a physical version of it. And that may sound strange, or maybe not very, but I really want, because Tomodachi Life is a series that's so special to me, I want it to be a physical version just so I can like preserve it. But like, it's gonna be hard to buy it. Like maybe I'll have to buy it online or something. Maybe scour the stores. See, here's the thing is, I wanna play it day one, but I also want a physical version. So, like, I don't know how that'll work. I don't like the look of trousers since they're so blank. I've seen people add like patches onto them. That's fair. I mean, most like normal people pants are just kind of boring. I get that. I would definitely say the pants are a design element that I could brush up on because I don't really pay attention to them. I feel like even shoes I pay a little more attention to than pants. Because at least with shoes you can kind of play around with them. Pants are kind of a limited resource. And limited as in like there's not much you can do with them most of the time. That there's not much you can do while making them look like normal pants, specifically. I really appreciate how you didn't point out me saying trousers. I mean, I assumed you meant like a specific kind of pants, but that does remind me, XYB, that you are the British. So when you say trousers, you mean pants in general. But that's all good. I would never point out like something like that because I'm a nice person. Now, if you said it in a particularly funny way, maybe I would point it out. Otherwise, no. I'm comfortable putting the demo down. Yes, me too, definitely. Like, maybe, like, the only time I would pick up the demo again is to check in on the clothing store tomorrow to see if there's anything in particular that sticks out to me. But otherwise, because there's no way to earn money, you're, you know, there's only so much you can really buy at a certain point. So I'm just gonna see the clothes, and otherwise, yeah, that's it. I would love it if, because I know you can import Miis, you know, on your device and whatever. I wish there was a way to take the Mii you design in Tomodachi Life and like save it on the Switch device and then reset so I can start from the beginning, you know, tutorial and everything, but have the characters already like designed because I've already put all that work in. I mean, trust me, it's fun. I just don't want to do it again. But I still want to have the novelty of like, okay, like I get points here and, you know, I get the little happiness and money here, you know? Oh, pants means underwear in your area. Wait, so XYB, if pants means underwear, then what does underpants mean? Oh, do you... Is it because pants is short for pantaloons? That's silly. The English are quite silly. Happy Sun and Moon. We say underpants as well. We have multiple words for the same thing. So is pants short for underpants then? Or is it short for pantaloons? Because, listen, underpants makes sense because it's under your pants, bruh. But when they both mean the same thing, like what? What the hell? Sleeper agent activated. I do definitely know you, XYB specifically, as being the one who likes Alola. I feel like Safi and I were definitely very Gen 3 pilled. Royal, I believe Gen 4? I'll have to double check and you can clarify yourself. But I feel like there's a good dispersion of generations. I mean, not like very much. Like, is there anyone here who's like, my gen is Gen 6? I love France! Like, not really. But I feel like that's just kind of the case in general. Gen 2! Gotcha. Oh, that makes sense. Cyndaquil's in that gen. Makes sense. I feel like both of you are kind of Gen 2, if that makes sense. Yours is Gen 5? Oh, you're Unova, like, over everything? Oh, interesting. You know why I was confused? I actually know, like, an IRL friend who was very, very, very into Gen 3. Like, as much as my brother and I. And we like, trade cards together. So maybe that's it. But yeah. Yeah, like, Gen 5 is definitely, like, second place for me. Just for purely, like, the DS aura. But yeah, I'm Gen 3 through and through. I guess I'll take my baguette and go home. Underscore no! You're a Gen 6er? That's okay. That's okay, we need to... You're the DEI hire! Like, stay! Come on, we have to fill out our numbers! Don't be like that. It's okay. I forgive you. Come on, bring it in. Bring it in. Get your baguette and bring it in. Come on, man. I like Galar and Alola, even though they're super hated. I grew up with them. I would say Alola is not super hated. Galar, sort of, yeah. Alola definitely has fondness with it. I would say the gens that are most hated would be Gen 6. Or Gen 6 is very, like, forgotten. It's the forgotten generation, literally. And then Sword and Shield for the gameplay and graphics. And then Scarlet and Violet for the graphics and the gameplay. You know. I feel like this coming generation is gonna be... It's gonna fix that, curse, I feel. God, I hope they have cool, like, trainer... designs, because we've seen like a few like bits and pieces, but Galar had the sauce like no one else. They need to bring that, like, that one designer who designed most of the gym leaders. Honestly, Sword and Shield for the characters specifically it's up there for me. I really like Porygon. Aww. Oh yeah, I sent you Porygon cards that one time. I remember. I'm sorry I don't have a water Porygon for you. Pokemon X was the first Pokemon game I purchased myself. See, it's so fascinating seeing people's own little personal stories for themselves. Because my first Pokemon game, like, for myself, was Pokemon Sapphire. And, like, you know, technically, I had, like, ROM CDs. By the way, like, I'm old enough that there were CD-ROMs, like, you know, bootlegs, that we got from a Korean friend of ours that had Super Smash Brothers you could play on your computer and shit in the 2000s. Like, that ruled. But... And we also had, my brother had silver and I borrowed it a few times, but sapphire was the first one I had like for myself. And that made me like, you know, like a sports team. You get a little personal about it. Is there anyone in here whose favorite generation is 4? I feel like that's the gen we're missing. I don't think... I think the only people I know, like, I can discern who, like Gen 9 the most are people who are, like, particularly hit by the story. And, like, maybe that's it. The story and maybe the characters. I know it was a big thing that before Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl came out, there were lots of like, where's the Gen 4 remake? That was literally all I knew Gen 4 likers to be. Just people who were like neglected by the Pokemon company. And then after the remakes came out, they were just like, alright, well, fuck us for asking for anything. Because those remakes were... They were not the Heart Gold, nor were they the Omega Ruby, unfortunately. And I do feel bad for them. Because Gen 2 and Gen 3 did really well when it comes to the remakes. Gen 4 was, yeah. It's their punishment for being alive. Gen 9 over every other is insane recency bias. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely understand liking Gen 9 when it comes to the story, because the past and present thing, particularly when it comes to the professors in Area Zero, I can understand that being like a whoa moment of like, I can't believe Pokemon went there, you know? I understand that. But I feel like, and like maybe some of the character designs, you know, like I think the DLC with Carmine and Kieran is interesting because those are they're very dynamic characters because they're not designed to be like bland and nice. Like one is designed to be kind of mean and one is designed to be like kind of a wimp, and I love that. But otherwise, I don't know. Scarlet Violet era is kind of feels like, compared to Galar? Galar? Oh my god, I love Galar. Gen 5 stays winning with no remakes. I would say, does Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 count as a quote-unquote remake, or is it a sequel? Am I the only one who found it kind of lame that the sequels for Black and White were Black 2 and White 2? Like, at least Sun and Moon got Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and like, you know, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Alpha, Omega, whatever. Black and White 2. Like, you couldn't go with like an Ivory White or an Ebony Black or an Onyx and an Alabaster or whatever the fuck. Like, you can do a lot with Black and White colors. Brilliant. Winning White? Wait, Winning White? Man, change it to Winning Wasion and you got Eustace Winner right there. Wait, no, he's half black in our canon. Well, whatever. Winning. He's half black. I mean, in our playthrough, Rural Wildfire, influenced some of our interpretation of Excelsius. So, there's some of that in there, we decided. I famously said at one point as Eustace, I'm mixed! If you don't remember that. That's one of Eustace's iconic lines. It explains his hair floofiness. Black set can work in this context, yes. You could say Ebonics. In the wiki it stated he styles his hair like that every morning. That is true, XYB. It's funny that ahogi fundamentally means idiot hair in Japanese, and without the Japanese cultural context, when you see a character with a little like doot, it comes off as very cute and endearing to, you know, non-Japanese people, I would say universally. But in Japan, it's like that stray hair that's out of place is indicative of their lesser mental state, which I think is... Oh, Japan. Yeah, it is a cuter thing these days. That's the reason why one of those modern Pokemon characters, like the guy, he looks like this. Got fucking trees coming out of his head, because he's the biggest idiot around. Okay. So let us go ahead and start shading. I guess let's also make sure the glasses are decent. Usually for glasses I do white, and then I do like a 15% opacity. Sounds about right. Ivor, that's his name. Not to be confused with Ivo Robotnik, the Eggman. Man, I am totally not interested in Sonic like that, but the number of fan art and just clips from the movie where he has that, where Jim Carrey, sexiest man alive, is having that homoerotic tension with Dr. Stone, or whatever the fuck he's called. It's making me want to watch the movie specifically for them. I know I'll be disappointed if I do that, because it's not about them, it's about Sonic. But like, God, something about them is just... I love that. I gave my one character an Aho because she's a little airheaded. I think it depends. I don't think... I mean, obviously, the way it originated, it's not meant to be like, literally, if a character has this, they're stupid. It's meant to indicate, like, if a character has sort of messy hair, it makes them, they're not all put together. They're like a little like, uh-oh, I didn't, like, you know, comb my hair right, and this hair keeps sticking up, uh-oh. It's like, quirky more often than not. So, I would say, yeah. It's a fun way to also play with characters' hair, definitely. Like, it's the reason why, like, for Ujin, I gave her the Sprout Ahos. I gave one a heart-shaped one. Yes! I gave one of mine a heart-shaped one, too! His name is Vincent, and he's also kind of stupid, so that works, too. But basically, the way his hair works is he has that funky bang that covers one of his eyes. And then he has the, you know, all that. He has that ponytail, and he's sad and all that. And then he has the heart one, because he's extra. But yeah, that's what he looks like. It is a lot. Like, admittedly, if you want to make an ahogi that is like a shape, that's more than just like a single tuft, it's hard to design it in a way that it's not like capturing all of the attention away from the rest of the character. But I like it when their hair sticks out a little bit. It is nice. It's also fun to emote with, because like imagine they're like extra sad, so they're like going, it goes like that a little bit. Yeah. It's fun to express with different parts of, with parts of the body that aren't the face. Let's actually compare and contrast to the previous version. Oh, that's funky! Looking at it now. Sorry, I like to compare and contrast previous art always. You know what? I want to thicken up my lines a little bit now that I'm looking at it. Like, my lines are like thin here, but I feel like the thicker lines kind of, I don't know. I'm feeling it. This music is making me sleepy. Oh no! It's making you sleepy at 11:36? That cannot... We cannot have that come to pass. Surely not. Has everyone ever, like, fallen asleep to my streams? Like, they have me on their device in their bed, and they close their eyes, and the last thing they hear is me, like, singing Big Chungus or something? That's crazy. Clearly that can't happen to me because I'm me, but that would be crazy. If that's your life, God bless. Yes? I feel like sometimes, you know, I'm not so self-centered to think that, you know, I'm a particularly significant person in people's lives, because I am truly just the gay person on your screen. But in little moments like that, I'm like, I'm your little idol. You love me. You watch because you love me. I feel like I have some chops to be like a VTuber, but on one hand, I cannot imagine essentially selling myself for a whole stream. And I mean, on one hand, I'm not gonna act like VTubers are intrinsically superficial and only interested in money and all that. That it's definitely an overly simplistic interpretation. But I do think that a lot of VTubers, by having their own like little character and mascot, their purpose is definitely to sell a particular character or like a version of themselves. And that includes being like palatable and appealing in a certain way. And I'm not sure if I can do that, honestly. Like, I can be cute a little bit, but for the whole stream, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna end up talking about penises eventually. Bro, one way or the other, it's gonna just slip out. And they might not fuck with me. They might not come to my karaoke stream next time, you know? Am I really worthy of being your Oshi? Saying Aigyo was not tonight's bingo card. That's crazy. You know, that's a Korean word, so I should know what it means, but I learned it through, like, fandom. Like, you know the meme that's like, their natural Aigyo is so refreshing? Is that how you say it? Aigyo? I've only seen it through the English word. If I knew how it was spelled Korean-wise, I would pronounce it correctly. But I'm seeing the English pronunciation, which is fucking me up. Funny how that works. Do you think if I act cuter, you guys would like me more? Do you think more people would come to my stream if in between our talks about, like, fucked up shit, I would be like, and don't forget to smash that subscribe button? You know, just throw a little, just pepper in a little bit in there. Just be like a little parasocial, you know? Just as a treat. Just a little bit. Just to like reel you guys a little into the experience, you know? Like, instead of going like, you know what, it's totally fine if you guys don't want to come to my stream. Definitely prioritize whatever you have going on in your real life. But rather than that, I go like, oh, but I'll miss you if you're not here. Just make sure to tune in as much as you can, okay? I'll be here whenever you're ready, okay? And coming with lots of bits. Evil version of me. Evil. It will make me like the stream less. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, because that would not be me. That would be my evil clone that has sold itself to, insert VTubing conglomerate here. A lot of the VTubing conglomerates I've actually seen are, like, weirdly corrupt, and that's why they keep dissolving, because their VTubers keep leaving because their working conditions are bad. So, sorry, I don't mean to, like, cast a war against VTubers. The industry versus the individual is definitely different. Like, if you VTube, you are not equivalent to this. I just think the industry has there's something about it that makes me squint my eyes a little bit. Where's that Kirby back turn deep when I need it? I'm sorry, I had to swap it out for the Chromosynth emotes. You will have to go without it, which is not the worst thing for me, personally. Safi, I know this comes as a shock, but the only people who use the Kirby backturn emo is you and maybe Royal now and then. So when you think about the economics of the situation, I kind of had to cast it out. It's not really applicable to the layman. I'm sorry. It was eliminated from the islands. I can't think of a single time anyone has ever used that. Ooh, but you gotta consider, like, when you look at it, there's a sense of like, okay, I can imagine a vibe, an emotion, a moment. With the back turn, it's kind of an inside joke more than anything. You know? I don't know. I'm thinking of accessibility here. I'm sorry. maybe I sacrificed some of my principles, but I felt that it was taking up space a little bit. Spiritually, you still have Kirby stare, so I think you should be sated enough with that. I made the back turn. I'm sorry. I think it was funny for a bit, and then in the grand scheme of things, I felt that it wasn't used enough to justify its own very specific existence. So I made the executive decision. Don't be mad at me. Reddit, can you help me? Me, 26F. I'm going through some conflicts where my chat members, like 25, 24, are unionizing against me. If any of you have any insight on that and what I can do in this situation, that would be greatly appreciated. AK sounds like a frog in this song. I mean, I guess he always sounds like a frog. Okay, and then compare, contrast. Oh my god, Lavender Town and Major Key. Backturn Kirby was my 4th used emote, which balances out everyone's life. Stare and turn away are very but if I go into Twitch, I don't know if I deleted the emote or I simply switched it out from the active slot, but I can check. Okay, so it looks like I did delete it, so if you want and you're able to give me another PNG of the back turn, I can replace which one actually? I can replace Fall. I think Fall is definitely less applicable than Oof. So I'm gonna remove Fall from the slot. Yeah. And then we can have a more free emote for followers, and that can be the back turn. No, Safi's just attacking me because what do you mean? I'm literally freeing up a slot for you, and now you're attacking the integrity of all my Kirby emotes. Listen, what if I just want an animated emote of Kirby doing something? Have you considered that? Have you considered that sometimes Kirby finding animated Kirby sprites that are even remotely relatable and relevant to a Twitch stream is actually really hard. Not everything can be a Sangled win or a vibe or a hunt, okay? Sometimes you gotta scour a little bit, and if you have suggestions, I'm open to suggestions. But otherwise, be nice to me. See, that's perfect. Kirby's eating the cheese. Thank you. Thank you. Can't have shit. How did I shade? Oh, I didn't even shade this one actually. Oh, let's shade this one. I didn't have pizza today, as I typically do on Saturdays. My friend and I hung out all day and we got Checkers! If I may ask, what is Checkers? It sounds like a pizza place, which was my first thought, but considering the context of your comment, I don't think it's a pizza place. I will introduce you to Checkers. You know, like, my first thought is that if I heard anyone say, like, oh, hey, like, I went to Checkers the other day, I would be like, you visited someone's dog? Like, cause, like, Checkers is the name of, like, a dog. Like, I fully imagine Royal Wildfire and I will be hanging out IRL, and Royal Wildfire's like, I'll finally get you hooked up on Checkers, and we go somewhere, and it's like a dog in someone's yard. Like a Labrador. And I'll be like, well, damn. They really hooked me up with Checkers. It's a fast food chain. I think I know what that is. The fast food part of it anyway. I can imagine like their logo in my head. Like it's very, I mean obviously it has the checkered black and white. I think that's what I'm thinking of. I feel like maybe I've seen a few, but again, I'm not very fast food literate. So I don't know game is what I'm trying to say. They're typically burgers and chicken. Oh, gotcha. My second guess would have been burgers. Checkers, Arby's, Steak and Shake occupy the same space in my head. Yeah, they do seem like the sisters, you know? The one my friend and I went to weren't making milkshakes? Damn. Dude, there's nothing more American than going to a fast food place, getting burgers, and then like a milkshake for dessert. I haven't really done that in my adult life, which means I'm missing out. But that's what I think of when I think of like the fucking American dream. Like going to a diner, getting some burgers, and then being like, that's the spot. And then while you're still talking and you're just staying there for like hours, just getting yourself like a nice milkshake. Hell yeah. Is Steak and Shake the most American because of the principles I just laid out? In that it's meat and milkshake? Dude, I should open a restaurant named Meat and Milkshake, and it's literally just every American, like, fast food place you can think of, but the name is just really on point. Or would Steak and Shake sue me? I think they would probably sue me. I haven't been to Arby's in a decade, but the one in my hometown was more of a liminal space than a restaurant? Alright. I wouldn't say they're all like that. But I definitely would say that there are certain fast food places that feel like a... Damn, I would expect more people to be in here. Considering it's like, you know, still running? But like sometimes when you go in there, it's just no one, and it's just like alright. Guess I'm just keeping the workers company. I'm waiting until I get a steady income before I go on my spree, which might be happening soon! Yay! Best of luck, Royal! Lord knows the unemployment journey is a harrowing one, and getting to a point where you are no longer there is, you know, it's pretty nice. Like, it's been like it's been almost 2 years since, actually, this coming August is going to be my 2-year anniversary of my full-time library employment, but I'm still, like, obviously, you know, sometimes I'll wake up for work and I'll be like, man, I should have gotten more sleep, but I still go to my job going, it's great being employed. That's the one thing unemployment does to you, is that it just really gives you perspective once you're employed again. Not saying being employed is the best thing in the world. Sometimes being employed for a lot of people is like hell. But for me, it's pretty good. Pretty good situation. So, I want that for you, Royal. I was looking at pictures and they're so nice looking. My Arby's was a plain white tile floor and ceiling, no chairs? What? I'm sorry, doctors' offices have chairs in their waiting room. What the hell? You weren't kidding when you said it was a liminal space. Damn, they were like, man, get your food and get the fuck out. What are you still doing in here? Alright, that is the end of that playlist. I think we have maybe like half of a playlist to go until I'm streamed out. Cause I'm getting sleepy. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting sleepy. Funky night. Wait, so Safi, rip rotating fish. I'm sorry, Goose. It was nice while it lasted. If it makes you feel any better, my Sphere avatar is spinning. So if you want rotation in sea creatures, there's a little bit of that action on the screen. But also, yeah, Safi, your Arby's was, I'm sorry, was it like a hallway with the cash register at the end? What the fuck? No chairs? Was it one of those where like they have tables that you can stand at but no chairs? Oh man. I'm not gonna lie, all this fast food talk is making me hungry, which is dangerous because it's midnight. And I should not be snacking this close to midnight. What the hell? I mean, I could because I live, you know, my parents aren't here, so I can eat whatever I want. Which is still a power I am enjoying to this day, I think. But still, I shouldn't. Actually, which brush should I use for the shading? Let's do this shading first. Me eating my Crunchwrap Supreme? Shut up, Shiori! Stop living a better life than me. Sometimes there's nothing funnier to me than hearing the names of certain American foods. Like, to me, Crunchwrap Supreme is up there with, like, a Baja Blast. Like, that's the stuff. That's what this culture is. That's what we're all about. That's why we're number one. Yeah, I think that's just enough. Just enough. To add a little bit of that texture in there. The primary purpose of the Arby's was to stand in line and order food, then you get the fuck out. See, the thing is, I've known places in which, especially during the COVID era, they were restaurants, but then they became more of a pickup place where you get in, you know, you order, you pick it up, and then you go. But that was specifically because you couldn't sit and stay and linger because of COVID. But the fact that it was just like that is crazy. It's like a restaurant that's only a drive-thru. They were like, get the hell away from us. Sonic the restaurant. Isn't Sonic in that trifecta also of the American restaurants? Did they all shut down? I feel like as I'm getting older, I'm just hearing about things that I assumed would be around forever, just like shutting down. Like, you know, Forever 21's no longer around. Toys R Us. Oh man, remember Borders? Oh, I loved Borders back in the day. I kind of understand why they went bankrupt though, because I would go there as a kid and just like fuck around with the toys and then just leave. Because I was a kid, I didn't have money. Didn't Ben and Jerry's also dissolve because like Ben no longer fucks with Jerry? Or did I make that up and like I totally dream hallucinated that? It'd be really funny if I hallucinated that. Borders, yeah. It was kind of like the child-friendly Barnes & Noble because they truly just had anything in there. Like you could let loose a child in there and like you had your own little manga section and visual novel stuff. Not visual novels, but like, you know, comics and stuff. But you also had just racks and racks of little knickknacks. Man, that was the stuff. I remember not TJ Maxx, Toys R Us. Too. Again, I wasn't able to really enjoy it as a kid because we were poor, and the one thing I did remember buying is maybe because they sold Nintendo games at a certain point, so I was like, I had a DS and I was like, am I gonna buy Bowser's Inside Story or Kingdom Hearts? And I ended up getting Bowser's Inside Story, I think. Core memory. I'm not missing any lines. Oh, I am. I think you were writing some Ben and Jerry fanfiction. Was I? There was some kind of divorce, but it's still much a thing with open. Ben divorced Jerry? What the fuck? That's not okay. No, there was definitely something. I feel like, was it with Ben and Jerry? Because I know Ben and Jerry's is one of those companies that's like that rules because their CEOs are people, but like I feel like there was a thing in which two people who own like a company like with their names on it like split up or something. There was something like that. Mike and Ike did a weird publicity. Was it Mike and Ike? I mean, it would fit in my criteria of a company with two guys and their names being in it having some weird breakup. But like, I feel like it was like cordial. It wasn't a publicity stunt. Hold on. Ben and Jerry's. And then I'm gonna like check the Wikipedia page because that'll show me. Okay. Child labor scandal? What? Maybe I shouldn't be looking at the Ben and Jerry's Wikipedia page. man. So I'm gonna read this. The child labor scandal. So Tony's Chocolonely is a chocolate brand that is explicitly, they want to raise awareness to end the corruption in the chocolate industry because a lot of it involves, slavery and child labor in a lot of, countries. So Tony's Chocolonely, like, explicitly, like, if you open the wrapper, like, they talk about that, saying that their chocolate is ethically sourced. So Ben and Jerry's teamed up with that, and their suppliers were found by the New York Times to be employing illegal migrant children in early 2023. So, and then Ben and Jerry's head of values-led sourcing, Cheryl Pinto, said, if migrant children needed to work full-time, it was preferable for them to have jobs at a well-monitored workplace. And that's the end of that section. Which is... I feel like the video of the dog who's looking at his reflection in the camera, like, it just makes me tilt my head a little bit. Like, there's no follow-up to that? There's no, like, we're sorry, we'll take some action, we'll make sure that those illegal, Okay, so... is the issue there that they are employing children, or that they're employing illegal migrant children? Because if they're employing illegal migrants, like, who gives a fuck? But if the issue is child labor, I feel like that's a little more concerning. And your answer shouldn't be, if they gotta work somewhere, might as well have them work where it's nice and cushy, am I right? I don't know if that's the way to go things. I don't know. I'm not a child labor expert, though. Anyway. Okay. Excuse me. I believe that is a sign for me to end the stream. Before I do, let me do the little... yeah. Just like that. That's my thing. Just to give a little shine on it all. I mean, listen, guys. If there are going to be children in the workforce, my coal mines have gotta be the most friendly towards children that you can imagine. Because not only are kids the most aptly suited to crawl into those little tunnels to which no grown adult could be able to, but they have the best equipment. We have very good canaries to help us make sure that the conditions are suitable for living people. I would say their wages are pretty advantageous in comparison to competing coal mines that work explicitly with children. We also have oil nearby so that can slip in and out, and we don't have a Nutty Putty Cave situation. We wouldn't want that. So what I'm trying to say is that there are some jobs that children just do better than adults. And if we're going to, if we're going to do it anyway, because that's an inevitability, the children yearn for the mines, obviously. We might as well prioritize their well-being in the mines by giving them the best mines to go into. Which is mine. Mine. I see I've sold you all on that. That's it. You're getting clipped out of context. Wow, man, that would be so bad if the comedic improv bit that I explicitly went on for the sake of your enjoyment got clipped and then shared by people to laugh at. That'd be horrible. I wouldn't ever want that to happen to me. By doing that to me, you're getting on my nerves, Safi. You're doing something I wouldn't want. I'm kidding. I'm doing pretty good at uploading clips onto the VOD channel, by the way, because we do have some really good clips, and I think preserving them in YouTube as well as Twitch is good. Though the downside is that I feel like when it comes to my VOD quality, it's not the best like pixel by pixel resolution. So, you know, when it comes to like gameplay, like whatever, my face is only taking up a proportion of the screen. But when it comes to the funny haha clips, my face is gonna be in there, and my face is looking awfully crunchy most of the time. But that is just kind of an unfortunate consequence of... Oh wait, I just realized, guys, we haven't had a disconnect situation in a while. I think what I did with the server thing a couple streams ago, I think that worked, because we haven't had a weird disconnect. What I did is I checked my... I did something. When you connect to like an online server, you can either do an auto connect or a manual, and I changed it to be one or the other. And since then, we haven't had a connection issue. At the very least, not with Streamlabs. And so I think that reminded me to yeah, I'm happy. Yeah. Sangled YouTube Shorts era. That is also true. YouTube Shorts, Shorts are good for engagement. It's the closest I'll ever go to making a TikTok. You couldn't force me to make a TikTok. You could pay me. There is a threshold in which I would be convinced with money, but otherwise, TikTok is a platform in which I think I'd be fine making stuff now and then, but literally just being in that community and going through the videos that are there already, it sounds kind of hellish. Like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Shorts, I would say are curated well enough. TikTok is the Wild West. Like I can't handle it. It's a little too new gen for me. I will actually be hanging out with friends tomorrow. I have some library friends. And what's lovely is that I got to know them from other branches that I normally wouldn't go to. And so it's fun to have friends in the library system, particularly from other branches, because like they're like your coworkers in law, you know, like they're your neighbors. So, you know, you don't hang out with them too much at work for it to get like kind of annoying. So you can actually make like normal friends. Would highly recommend. Also, you wouldn't imagine how many people in the library system my age are basically exactly like me. It's kind of crazy to think about how many just fucking loser ass nerds have the same job as you. You're really not as unique as you think. And then, like a 40? I usually go with like 20 to 40. I think the only thing I would change is making it so that the eyebrows are underneath, like they traditionally are. But I didn't layer this like a doll maker, like usual. So we're gonna have to do some funky work to get these to the blinking animation it needs to be. How about when you find out the coolest person you know also has the same interest as you? Nothing more validating? Honestly, yeah. Anthony Dinglebottom, you're so right. There's nothing like, it's kind of like when you meet a really cool artist, but that artist also likes and draws for like that one thing you like, and you're like, my man. Because not only are you getting that art out of them, but you're also like, you're a man of taste. I get that. It's my name, but not. Yeah. Not all first-time chatters are bots, Royal. Though it definitely doesn't happen often enough for us to get used to it. I understand that. We must have faith in the average viewer of the Sangled. We must believe that they are human. Very human. Honestly, unless their message is like the most obvious, like my pussy and bio shit, I generally don't assume they're a bot. Unless, you know, something that obvious or we get to that point. That's how I feel anyway. They have bot in their username? Wait! You did cook a little with that one. Alright, I think literally the only detail I'm missing are the laces, and I can just easily draw them on. Just like so. Like so. Love it when it's easy like that. That's what we call making shortcuts. Yeah, that's the stuff. And then I'll add a blinking animation later. For now, we are going to bed because it is late. I see the border around the message first. No, I see it too, Royal. Don't get me wrong, it definitely is like a whoa, it draws the eye, but I wonder if we can change the border to be different. I mean, here's the thing, The first time chatter border and the suspected spam border are very similar, I suppose. But they're also... The bot usually also comes in as a first time chatter, so there's only so much we can do. But anyway, I'm gonna go on Twitch and see if there's something we can raid on. Yeah. Oh, I'm subscribed to... Not subscribed. I follow Iron Mouse? Huh. I'm gonna unfollow. Not really much of an Iron Mouse person. I mean, I respect her. Except for that Lolly song. That was weird. In my opinion. Just like Lolly stuff in general, I'm not really about that. If you were saying, why aren't you about the Lolly stuff? It's the simple thing about that is that I am not attracted to little girls. Again, personal thing, but you know, whatever, man. The what song? Isn't okay. Before we go, I'm gonna back up my sources. There's like an Iron Mouse like lolly bait song or something. There's something. Hold on. So there was a song in which I know it got controversy because there is a separate VTuber who is like an actual mom, and she features her child. Like she has a little VTuber model for her child, which is like its own little like fucked up thing. But that child sang along to like a Lollybait song. I think Iron Mouse like commented being like, "This is great, thank you for singing my song." Like that's what I saw in the periphery. There's not like I'm trying to look up the controversy itself, but yeah. Oh my god, Anthony, which Pokemon are you? You're a Lombre! Excellent. Excellent. But yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously, I've heard of Iron Mouse's story. I think it is inspiring that they were able to create such a career for themselves, despite so much, like, at stake. But, I don't know. That was weird. That was just weird. I mean, obviously, you want to make sure that you... whatever. I'm gonna say allegedly so that nothing I say can be used to come back at me to make it sound like I'm advocating for people to feel certain ways about things. Now that is a ban. That is, I believe actually the color of that was kind of like a coral red, while the first time chatter is more of a fuchsia magenta. It is slightly different, Royal. I saw it like right before they were gotten. It is slightly different, the color. I mean, it'd be better if it was more different, but otherwise. Let's see. Oh, some people have such interesting layouts. Look at this one. This one's an alien. This one's a alien. And they're making their own, their new avatar, which is very relevant to what we were doing. So, how about we raid Shattered Stars Art? Yeah. Let's go give this alien some love. Oh, I love that. I love when they do the thick eyelashes, but they make it its own little, like, line art. Love that. Alright, well, singing raid, everyone. Hell yeah. Singing raid. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you. When I do stuff like this and like actually act kind of cute and all that, trust that I'm not trying to sell you something. I just like acting cute sometimes. But let's do it. Sorry I couldn't give you too much, Anthony, but thank you for being with us for a little bit. Look at what we did! We did that! Do you know what it looked like before? It looked like this. Now it looks like this. I consider this an improvement. Oh, definitely improvement in form. Holy, do you guys see that? Do you guys see that the body is like way... Yeah, that's way better. Alright, well, singing rate everyone. Give them my love. Bye! Professor Layton Ace Attorney! Later, on Sunday. Bye everyone. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da.